There we go. Doop. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yes, sweet baby. Hmm? What? What? Oh, this little thing. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. You sweet little baby. Oh, you sweet baby. Look at you. Why are you being a little goof? A little goof of cuteness. Yes, yes, yes. Do this real quick. Right there. Boop. Goofy baby. Sweet little goofy baby. Here, get a little bit of tunage on the background, at least for the meantime. There we go. Oh, God damn it. Stupid. There we go. Been a little hungry boy tonight? Chomping away? Little sweet thing, you. Yeah, this latest bud I'm again really loves to cake the shit out of my grinder. My lord. I'm not necessarily complaining, but still, god damn, son. My lord. This thing really is kind of caked up. Shit. Oh god, can I get this one spot? Thank you. There we go. There we go, nice. Oh my lord. Come on, there we go. My goodness. This shit needs to really be cleaned out. Eventually, I'm just gonna have to spend like a good hour just by myself doing this. And just kind of let it build up further, honestly. So I could deadass make myself a full... Like, I pretty much almost made myself a full-on bowl here. Jesus Christ. There we go. Shit, I actually did just pretty much like get myself a bowl out of all that. Goddamn. Hell yeah. I approve of that. Oh man, I felt pretty good. Goddamn. What's up, buddy? What? What is these freedoms? Oh, you good little boy. What? What? You goofy buddy. You sweet thing. Oh my god. Aww. Yeah. What? My god. Excuse me? What are you doing being a goof? What are you doing being a goof, huh? Silly dog. Why are you being a silly? What are you doing being a silly? Hey! What? Excuse me? What do you want? What do you want, baby? That's a bastard. What do you want? You just want all the attention right now? What a goof. Why are you sniffing? There ain't nothing for you to sniff. There ain't nothing for you to sniff. Can I help you? You big, voluptuous little fat lapdog, you. You big, voluptuous lapdog, bro. You big, sweet little lapdog, you. You're just a goof. Yeah, go deal with him or something. Go harangue him.
Okay, there's just not as horse as everyone else.
Go harangue him. Go get him.
Ow!
Go get him.
Ow, ow, ow,
Go get him. Don't be on me. Go get him. What the fuck? Really? Really? Go get him. No, go get him. Not me, him. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. You silly bro. You little silly bro, dude. What the hell? What the hell, you little fluff? Hey! Look at my pants. Goof? You absurd goofball, you. My lord. Definitely feeling the necessity to get myself another bowl going. Well, I guess actually starting it. Get one started. More so than getting another one going. I forgot I had one before I started it. So I'm already feeling a little itty. Perk if having coworkers that smoke too. Oh man, those look off. They're not even really annoying, Kim. You're doing a very terrible job at that. Pathetic. Pathetic Doge. Boo Doge, boo. Okay. Man, fucking goddamn dog hair, dude. I swear to God. Try pulling it out of the bowl and it takes like a fucking third of the bowl with it. Motherfucker, dude. Come here, come on. Get out of there. There we go. Oh shit. Smash Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction will come into town. Gonna do round 2. Also, Scorpions are coming in October. That'd be pretty dope to fucking see Smashing Pumpkins again. The first time I saw them live, I was high on acid. That was quite an experience. Smashing Pumpkins and, you know, being near the end of your acid trip is quite a very interesting experience, to say the least. My friends like shrooms. Round 2 with psychedelics and Smashing Pumpkins all at once. Do that again? I like that idea. Every time I see fucking Smashing Pumpkins live, I'm just like on some sort of psychedelic. First time acid, second time shrooms? After just taking a hit and drinking that, it has like a strange, like, earthy herbal blend to it. Earthy, organic, apple, earthy blend. And it's actually pretty delicious. Ooh. Man, that does taste good. After taking a toke. And I'm not just saying I just had a stonerism either. Sometimes legit having like a mixture of like that flowery flavor when drinking something actually kind of complements it a little bit. I'm not even gonna lie. At least with the Red's Wicked Apple, it's one of those things that complements it. I like it. Oh, actually, I need to let my friend know that I got him paid back too. Or at least, we'll be able to this Thursday.
Yeah, it's right there. Shoot that.
Oop. There we go. Sweet. Alright. Now let's kind of see what type of news shit's on the tube. So I know there's bound to be a few things here and there out there. Okay, YouTube, don't stop recommending me like how to assemble like AK parts. I look up like 2 things out of that, and fucking now YouTube's like, here, we're gonna give you like everything. It's like I don't need to learn how to do every goddamn thing. I already know how to do most shit. Actually, one thing I need to learn about my AK that I just got is the muzzle brake, because it's not a traditional muzzle brake, because normal AK muzzle brakes have like this little button they can unscrew the muzzle brake out of. This one, I got no fucking clue. I don't know how I'm going to get it off, if it can come off. Just frankly, I would love to change it. I mean, here, I could show it really quick. Since I have it right here. Just have that off. Safety on. But yeah, but I'm not a fan of this muzzle brake. I mean, it looks okay, but I wonder if it's actually like on there or if it's like something I can actually unscrew. And actually, I do see flat heads right here that I can just maybe take pinchers and twist. So I think this is something that I just have to twist on and off. It just makes sure it's tight as a motherfucker. But as for everything else, I've pretty much learned how to take apart, so when the upgrades eventually, one of these days, start coming through, I'll be able to upgrade that thing. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm more worried about at least getting some spare mags and shooting the thing before I even worry about that. Need to get some rounds in her first. What's all this? My dream last night first, I think it was a nightmare in a nightmare. I wake up from the first one inside the front door of a mansion. A little girl standing in front of me. I tell her, "You don't seem scared." She replies, "No, but she is," and points. A fucking grudge-looking girl spider crawls down the stairs and leaps at me. Now dream reflexes are on point, because I catch her. In hindsight, I'm not proud of this and beat the shit out of her. Damn. For some reason, my mom and aunt are there, and they treat the ghost girl like it's completely normal to happen. Look in the closet for more ghost girls, and then that's when I woke up. You know what's funny? I haven't had anything like that myself, but my dad has. He's told me of a dream where he was in like some weird, I forgot what, but he woke up and then he was like in bed but levitating. And then he woke up again where he was actually like, you know, in reality at that point. Which, I have never gotten dreams like that. And honestly, I've only gotten like a few very legit, vivid fucking dreams that I do still remember. But for the most part, it's like most of my dreams are just kind of like, I might remember it for like maybe an hour, and then it's just like, because usually it's just kind of like mundane shit when I think about it, because it's either like, I don't know, like, I mean, really, it just varies on different scenarios, but they usually retain into, like, you know, whatever my interests tend to be and shit, or, like, maybe some sort of weird cockamamie story that's built or something. Like I just play some sort of weird, like, just fictional story in my head. Or maybe, like, I'm the main character, but, like, I don't know. Like, my dreams don't really necessarily... They're not, like, impactfully memorable or vivid or anything, outside of, like, a couple. Which the ones I do remember are actually all kind of, like, alien-based or, like, space-based or something. The last one I had was, was me, and plus, that was, like, cryogenically frozen, and how the dream starts is me waking up from that. And fucking basically being, like, one of the first people to, like, colonize, like, this intergalactic fucking solar system. Because at this point in the future, we've already kind of, like, terraformed Mars and a few other things. So, we, you know, kind of getting our start into, you know, intergalactic shit, basically. And it was one of the select people to be preserved to be intergalactic fucking, like, colonists, I guess, or some shit. I don't know. And basically, the dream was mostly just, like, that, going in the ship, and then just looking at fucking, like, cosmic nebula weird shit. Like, my brain decided to be like, here's vivid, like, space cosmic nebulas and systems and stars you get to, like, fly by and shit. And it's like, oh, okay. And then we finally get to the planet. I don't really get to see it too much. And then the doors drop down for us to all kind of walk out and shit, you know. And, of course, like... You know, it's like the stereotypical trope of like, oh, it's so blinding you can't even see because of all the light. It's just like, shoo! You know, like the heavenly gates like shine upon you or some shit, and then I wake up. And it's like, motherfuck. And the other vivid dream was like some fucking like alien-ass craft or some shit, like crashing into the fucking ground, though purposely. Like it was like, purposeful, like, you know, coming down and, you know, dropping shit off basically type of thing. And it dropped off, like, you know, in the midst of all the thick dust and cloud and all that shit that's, like, you know, being, poofed up from this intense thing coming down and shit. Like, all of a sudden, there's, like, these, like, shadows of, you know, like, these little silhouettes of these different various shapes and sizes of different alien crafts starting to come up. And before I can really start making detail of all of the shit that's there, including the big craft or stuff, as all the, like, dust starts dissipating and shit, and that's when I wake up again. And it's just like, motherfuck. So it's like, whenever I start getting, like, some more real, legit, vivid detail in some dreams, that's when I start, like, waking up. And it's like, god damn it. Why can't I just, like, stay awake for these dreams for me to, like, see some of this in, like, more totality? Like, I only get snippets of some really crazy shit. And I remember waking up with that dream, literally, like, getting up, looking out the window, and looking outside to see if that shit was actually there, because it was, like, that vivid to me. At least, both of these dreams I'm talking about also are during tolerance breaks, too. So, probably has something to do with it. Because I know if you have tolerance break, you tend to get pretty, vivid fucking dreams. I mean, it's like, it's not like I don't dream, though, despite being a heavy stoner. It's just that they're not, like, heavily rememberable, so to speak. Nightmares are proof your mind likes fucking with you. Like, bro, we're all on the same team. I know. I've had some, maybe not nightmares, but some very, like, weird and creepy fucking dreams before. But and maybe some, like, very unusual type of dreams, but I've never had, like, full-on nightmare dreams, at least not for a while. I think the closest I probably had to kind of some sort of a nightmarish dream wasn't even really a nightmare type of thing. It was more so that, like, I don't even know, like, I mean, I think, if I remember, usually it'll be different things, like, you know, like, people who I, you know, knew who have passed away, or animals or pets I've had that passed away that were suddenly, like, alive out of nowhere. And it's just like, and it still recognizes they died. And then, you know, in the dream, everybody just is playing like, oh yeah, they died? What are you talking about? And I'm like, what the fuck is what? Like, I'm sitting here thinking in my dream I'm going insane, and in reality it's just, no, for some reason, you know, they're just in that fucking type of, you know, like, dream state where they happen to just still exist, I guess. And everyone just kind of accepts it, I guess, but... Wouldn't TJ Nightmare be getting abducted by aliens and they refuse to probe him? Yeah, I think that would be a TJ Nightmare. Because also with his, like, sleep paralysis demon that I remember him talking about before. He wasn't even really necessarily scared by that. Like, if anything, he wanted to try to attack it. So it's like, in fact, and like I think the last time it happened, he was able to kind of garner enough, like, will, basically, to actually, like, get out of the paralysis and try to lunge at it, but never caught it, really. Like, by the time it got up to its face to try to punch it, it was not there anymore. So it's like, fuck. I've never had anything like that, but I've had maybe close to it where I'll wake up, you know, maybe, and I'll just, like, feel like there's something there, or somebody's there, or some shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? And I just have this unnerving feeling like there's some creepy motherfucker either outside my window, in my room, or something, but, you know, it's just... But it's not like a sleep paralysis, because it's like I can still move around, and I'm like, you know, I'll toss and turn a little bit here and there. So it's not like that, it's just... I guess it's like without the paralysis, but, like, I guess whatever comes with it. Like, just that sense, like, there's just something, like, right there. Very unnerving, creepy feeling type of shit. Hence the whole, like, sleep paralysis demon type of thing. Like, I guess I get the kind of sleep demon thing, I guess, without actually seeing it, but without the paralysis part. I could hear dripping in my covers when I was trying to sleep. Honestly, I remember a few times I legit thought, like, the branches during heavy windy nights were actually, like, especially when on the History Channel, that one show, I think, what was it called? It was like Monster Quest. That's what it was called. And I think that was when that show just started kicking off on that. I don't know, was it on History Channel or was it Animal Planet? It was one of those two fucking channels. Either way, it was a little absurd. But I, as a kid growing up, like pre-teens, early teens and shit, when it first started going out, I kind of took a lot of that a little bit more literally. So sometimes I would think, uh-oh, fucking Bigfoot's out there. Uh-oh, that fucking mega gigantic super bird that could pick me up is out there. You know, and all this other shit. Like, I mean, my mind would get a little hyperactive about, you know, some shit like that. And some nights I just legit would not be able to sleep because of it. Even though there's obviously no reason to it. It's literally just, like, branches and shit. And honestly, I feel like this is probably what plays a role into how I might feel like, you know, something might be there, or the slight sense of paranoia when I wake up occasionally. Not often. Pretty rare, actually, but... very occasionally, like every now and then, maybe like once every like 5 or 6 months, I'll just wake up and have that like feeling and shit. And usually, you know, every time I like kind of sit up and, you know, kind of look around and shit, it's literally just the branches outside. Or at this point, squirrels too, because I do feed them. And sometimes if it's really early in the morning, they'll start getting a little active as soon as the sun starts coming up. What are you doing? Hey, you don't need to be back here. Channels that seem to talk about everything but actual animals or history. Yeah, basically. I mean, when I was growing up, it did, but shit, these... I don't even know what they are about anymore. I don't remember when Animal Planet had shit like fucking like Meerkat Manor and stuff like that, which was my shit back in the day. But I don't even, like, honestly, the only thing that's like remotely close to like worthy of being on Animal Planet is probably things like Tanked. But even then, it's just like, not really. That's more of like something I'd probably see on like HGTV. I mean, I guess they get away with it because, yeah, we got like different, you know, aquatic animals we're working with, and you get to learn about them a little bit and stuff like that. You know, different fish and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, I guess, but like, you're borderlining it. Like, I mean, this is just an excuse to get away with the other shit. I know on A&E, they had a Billy the Exterminator, like, and honestly, I don't know why they didn't have him on Animal Planet or some shit, because he's actually, like, kind of fucking legit a little bit. I don't know if he still does his show or whatever, but at least when I remember when it was on air, it was actually pretty legit. Like, it felt more worthy of Animal Planet more so than A&E, though, that's for sure. They don't have entire episodes on just people on Animal Planet now? Yes. Yeah, they have things on Animal Planet that just are not even remotely close to related to that shit at this point. It's absurd. I mean, to be fair, most of these shows are like that now. Well, most of these channels are, like the History Channel. But the only ones that are kind of worth a fuck still are Travel Channel and the Science Channel. Because Travel Channel actually has kind of some cool shit on there. Like, I've seen some stuff on it. I don't know what the names of these shows are, but they'll be like, hey, we're kind of delving into, like, I think one of them's, like, Unsolved Mysteries, I think. I forgot the dude's name, but the host of that show is actually legitimately kind of charismatic and actually is, you know, has some sort of autonomy to how he conducts himself, because he's a lot more... He actually has, like, a personality, unlike a lot of other, like, hosts to these, like, reality TV shows, or they just are faking it. Like, he's actually kind of genuine. So it's like, alright, I can kind of get with that. I forgot his name, but I know he does, like, the whole Unsolved Mysteries thing, and I think, like, a couple other things now at this point. Like, I think what it was, though, for is, like, try to find, like, archaeological shit. That's kind of what I remember a show being about, like, trying to find, like, different little archaeological, like, artifacts and different stuff. I actually remember one episode they tried to find fucking like, the Great Kong, Genghis Khan. Like, they tried to find his tomb, or, like, his burial ground and shit, and it's like, bro, that's not even gonna happen. Especially if the story of how he tried to keep his secrets true. Because he wanted his, like, if the story is true, his real name was Temujin. But Temujin, basically, his idea was, like, I don't want people knowing where the fuck I'm buried, like, whatsoever. So, essentially, he had everyone who worked, you know, on, like, the whole burial process, like, all the workers on that shit, he had them all killed. And then he had all the people that were, like, a part of his whole service of burying him, and, like, who were all orchestrated with it, killed as well. Basically killing off any and all type of information that would preclude the knowledge of where he was buried, essentially. So it's like, honestly, like, at this point, literally, it's anyone's guess where the fuck he could be buried. Like, unless you want to, like, be, you know, going off of just sheer rumor mill that has been passed down over time. So, like, how accurate would that be in the first place anyway? If there's at least, like, some sort of documented, you know, piece of information, that would have been different, but there's just none. And if that's the case, honestly, like, how much, like, fucking jewels and, you know, like, wealth and artifacts and shit could be from all over, like, you know, from the steppes to Europe, it's from all over the place, in Asia. Like, how many different, like, wealths, artifacts, jewels, and all sorts of shit could be buried, you know, with him. Like, that would be, like, the really cool shit, because, you know, like, imagine, you know, finding out, like, you know, the origins of where a lot of these different things he was buried with came from and shit. Sure, it will be literally everywhere. I pillaged and slaughtered thousands, so you know what they do to my body, then make new orifices to jam things into. Yeah, honestly. I mean, honestly, I think that's probably what was in his mindset. Maybe not like that, but... He's like, yeah, I basically made, like, the biggest empire in a very short, quick period of time. I think, you know, if people knew where I was buried, they would do a lot of shit to my corpse and all the wealth I've gained and buried with me and shit. Like, nah. Which makes sense. I mean, if you look at a lot of other, like, great leaders in times past and shit, that, or great leaders, at least, you know, to, you know, these empires and shit, they're buried with, like, all sorts of fucking shit. You know, all sorts of, you know, different artifacts, jewels, just little, you know, ornamentals that they've kept and stuff like that. You know, just all sorts of things. You know, so it makes sense that, you know, Genghis Khan himself would do that too. Especially if he wanted to keep his whereabouts of where he was buried hidden. Which that would definitely be, you know, one of probably the biggest unsolved mysteries until somebody legit just randomly happenstance fucking found it. Like, that's basically is the only, I think, real way you would probably discover his gravesite. Is if, like, somebody was, like, you know, doing a dig of some sort, you know, for some other reason. They're like, why is there a bunch of things here? Huh, there's a tomb here. What the hell? And then suddenly, you know, you get some archaeologists in there and it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is Genghis Khan. Oh, shit. Like, honestly, that's realistically how it happens. Like, a lot of these archaeological digs honestly happen that way. Like, get, like, some random farmer, you know, starting to dig up, you know, spot to, you know, make some crops and shit. And he's like, huh, there's an old-ass fucking pot here. What the hell? You know, sends it into the local gov, and they're like, oh, shit, this is like some ancient thing. Fuck, you just stumbled on an archaeological site. You know, so, I mean, it really does happen like that, in a lot of ways. I know in France, like, I mean, every now and then, there'll be the occasional dude who will find even, like, World War I artifacts, and they'll, like, set up, like, a little spot to kind of, like, you know, dig it out a little bit, and, you know, see what's preservable. You know, to put in, like, museums and shit. Or just to clear out whatever is left over as for munitions and explosives, because there's still leftover mines and unspent artillery shells that could still potentially explode and shit, you know, from over 100 years ago. So it's just like, I mean, they will do these archaeological digs in places like in France, you know, not even just for artifacts, but just to clear shit like that out. Fucking ancient Egyptian royals did that shit. Like, watch, like, you can cancel out a tomb curse written by underneath it, JK lol. You just have to learn the language of what it was back in the day, which I think, you know, we have an idea about, like, a basic discernment of what the ancient Egyptian language was like. But at least written, you know, so it's like, I mean, at least at that point, if you could find a way to write just kidding and laugh out loud in ancient Egyptian, you should be set. You just have to make it look so, like, well done that it looked like it was always there. Since the beginning. Oh yes, the famous nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh really? Well, guess what? Nuh-uh. Here. That'd be impossible since it would be able to tell dates of when something was carved. Yeah. Which that's why I'm saying good luck with that, you know? Like, there's literally no way to do that. Unless you have, like, some sort of... Oh. He's got a bone. Okay. I mean, unless you had, like... I don't know, like... My brain is trying to think of a way that could potentially maybe, like... Time machine? Well, outside of that, we don't really have that yet. I'm trying to think of current tech. And I'm thinking, like, laser fucking shit, because, I mean, at that rate, there's no, like, I'm trying to think of an idea how you can get away with it, but yeah, honestly, who am I kidding, there ain't. Unless we have a time machine, which, I mean, how close are we to that? You know, hey, you know, let's talk, you know, to some of the top scientists in our, you know, on the planet right now. Like, how close are we to that shit? What do you mean it's physically impossible? Fake news, bitch. Fucking scientists lying to me and get me pissed. What's up, bye-bye? It's like, oh yeah, it's actually physically impossible, you know, to have a time machine. It's like, bullshit. Like, space itself manipulates time. You're telling me we can't, you know, fucking do it ourselves? I'm actually kind of half being serious on that one a little bit. Like, time is kind of relative and can, in a sense, be manipulated. In fact, I think there was twins who both were astronauts, but one of them was in the ISS and the other one wasn't. And there is actually legitimately, like, a ever so slight time difference in their aging. like I think the one who was on the ISS aged slower than the person who was still on the planet. So it's like, I mean, just on the virtue of just being in space and having that very major, you know, difference in time, even though at least to us is pretty minute. I mean, it's, excuse me, you know, like either way, it still kind of shows that, you know, there's at least like a very, very, very tiny natural like time travel process in a sense. I mean, it's a natural form of it, just based on time relativity, you know, with space-time, but I mean, it's kind of a natural form of it, so it shows it can be like bended and fucked with, you know, to some extent. Do we have the tech for that? No, but I mean, hey, theoretically it's possible. I think that's why people are so interested in time machines and shit as well, because theoretically you could maybe do it. I mean, I don't know what type of, I mean, whatever tech it is not in our comprehension right now. At least not in mine. Maybe someone already did time travel and that's why shit's so backwards. Oh my god. Dude, what if, like, yeah, honest, dude, yeah, oh my god. Dude, you're just making me realize, like, yeah. What if it's just, like, some random fuck, like, snuck into the whole time machine thing and just literally fucked with everything? Like, how much trouble we caused without that power, and then imagine what would happen if we did. Well, this is why I kind of think, you know, for time travel to, I think, you know, have the removal of some of these paradoxes, the multiverse would have to be a thing. So, with that idea in mind, that means essentially for, like, every decision, so to speak, that's made, you know, there's like a universe where another decision has been made, because, you know, if a multiverse, it can hypothetically be an infinite number of universes, and thus have an infinite number of different results and different outcomes and so on and so forth. So it's just like, I mean, if that's in mind, or at least if that's true, then realistically, you know, time machines could work, because essentially they would basically be like multi-universal gates in a sense, if you think about it. Because essentially, if you go back in time and you change it, that's essentially making you go into a gate of another universe, essentially, at that point, because now shit's all changed up because you did something that changed it. Well, honestly, the virtue of you really being there in the first place will probably change it ever so slightly, but that's why, at least in some time machine type of, like, movies or shows, they will add the premise of don't fuck with anything, because that would change shit very drastically. So, I mean, because, honestly, who knows, like, because the idea is, like, you know, some people think, oh, I'll go back in time and kill Hitler or something. It's like, you know, maybe if you, yeah, maybe it sounds good, but what if the person that decided to take his place is actually, like, literally 1,000 times worse? Or what if, like, it just ends up being the same result, but just a different leader? You know, like, you know, it sounds good, but, like, the outcome could be, you know, literally fucking anything. So it's like, I mean, do you really want to fuck with it? Do you really want to, like, you know, play that card? I mean, realistically, I mean, it could have gone either way, I suppose. So it could have been, you know, same result, or, you know, maybe something slightly different. But either way, I mean, you know, when it comes to especially big game-changing moments, like, hypothetically, let's go back in time and kill Hitler or something like that, I mean, that you're fundamentally changing, like, the course of how, especially at least, you know, history is, you know, on the planet. So thus, there would have to at least be the caveat of essentially another alternate universe that changed that, with that timeline, you know, being that universe essentially, while our original one is still in place. Hence, infinite. This is probably starting to not make sense anymore. But hence, infinite universes, because then it adds the caveat that you can essentially travel to these different universes that have these outcomes, or open up to these outcomes. Yeah, Bandit. Oh, look at you. What's up, buddy? What if someone already killed someone else and you replaced by Hitler? See? I mean, now you're starting to understand it a little bit. Like, what if somebody went back in time and, you know, killed the OG Hitler, and the alternate timeline is the one we're actually in, and the Hitler that we know of now, you know, just happened to be the one that took his place instead of the one that was killed? Because, I mean, it could make sense. Like, during the power grabs leading up to the control of, even before, like, the Nazis had, like, total control of the government, like, there was a lot of backstabbing, power grabs, assassinations, literal fucking skirmishes between, like, their political opponents and shit back and forth in the streets, like, shootouts and shit. So, I mean, the likelihood of, like, the OG Hitler, whoever that dude could have been, you know, hypothetically, obviously, you know, could have been killed, but then in this alternate timeline, or our timeline, you know, Hitler was the guy who replaced him. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's like, that's kind of the fun about multiverses, you know, in a way, because it can at least imply, you know, a different hypothetical and leave kind of the door to be like, yeah, you know, maybe another universe that did happen. That's why I think, you know, if, like, oh, in another universe we have Bernie Sanders right now and it would have been better. Well, yeah, we still would. Technically, if he won in the... Well, yeah. I mean, if he won the first time initially, he would be in his second term right now. So it's like, with in mind, you know, it's like, in some alternate reality, Bernie Sanders won 2 terms and we're all having fun and enjoying ourselves in that universe. But alas, we're in this one. So, honestly, the likelihood of us being in one of the alternate universes, and this also kind of plays into, I guess, the simulation theory, too. Like, the idea that we could potentially be one of the, like, simulated universes, I mean, or whatever the fuck, you know, versus the, like, real universe, in a sense. I mean, in a sense, it kind of plays that, too, a little bit, too, when it comes to it. But either way, it's, like, realistically... You know, honestly, this is just a real deal, and we're all kind of fucking stuck with it. It's a fun little, like, thought experiment, you know, to think about, but honestly, it's convoluted as fuck, and it can quickly lose sense. Because honestly, I feel like for the later half of that, I felt like I just didn't make any sense at all. But that's the fun of it, though. Got a braid twister. Believes we live in a simulation. Hello? What's up, man? But, I mean, if that's the case, then... Actually, I forgot where I heard it, but I know I heard a Neil deGrasse Tyson clip. And basically the rundown was, essentially, it's like... You know, if, you know, like a universe were to be simulated, and that simulated universe were to make a simulated universe in itself, and have, like, kind of this repeated cycle, obviously there would be the original OG universe, like the actual reality, that would be able to create those. But, you know, obviously there would be, at least, you know, in one of those other simulated universes where they created one themselves, they would still be trying to discover how to do that, too. And basically the idea is, what he says, essentially, it's like, you know, with the logic in mind, especially with how we are with AI and trying to, like, simulate, you know, different things like universe in itself as well, we haven't quite reached, you know, a point to truly simulate, like, a full-on universe quite yet. So, it's like we're either one of the recent, newer, nascent simulations, or we're the OG universe that's still trying to figure out how to simulate universes. Which basically means it's like a coin toss at that point. And likelihood is we're just a real universe that has yet to figure out how to simulate them yet. Still fun to think about, though. Because, I mean, it's still a coin toss. It still at least implies that we could be one of the simulated universes that have just yet to discover how to simulate them yet. Or at least, you know, in totality, where, you know, eventually over time there could be like a, you know, like a simulated civilization like we, like us and shit, on like a actual planet and stuff. Because honestly, the closest I would say that we've kind of gotten to that at this point is probably like Civilization style games, but there's no like actual like individual like people, so to speak, you know, that have their own AIs and shit. Like, so I guess like gaming is probably like in video games are probably the closest we've probably gotten to that, but even then, like, you know, those NPCs aren't AI or self-aware or anything like that. So, we haven't quite reached it yet. I'd say we're probably close to it, but not quite yet. But once we do, it would, you know, basically be like, alright, once we study it and kind of figure it out, like how long will it take, you know, until they start, you know, potentially simulating the universe themselves. And that will be where, you know, the question will be kind of put in play. Because that would definitely be interesting. As long as we just don't use it to power our car like Rick does in Rick and Morty. Zukov, what are you doing? Goof? Oh, Bandit's over there. He poked his little head out. Hi, Bandit. Little Bandito. Is Zukov terrorizing you? You know you can swipe his face all day and night and I wouldn't give a shit because Zukov likes to do this. He does it to himself, you know that. Yeah, like that. Come on, Bandit, you gotta get him. Can't do this like little pussy like shit. Zukov, quit chewing on that. Don't chew on that. You can fuck around with the cat all you want, because you getting swiped is pretty hilarious, but outside of that, quit chewing shit. Little punk. You little punk. What's this? Bill Maher argues student debt forgiveness is a losing... Wait, what? Hold on. A losing what? Issue for Dems? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a bat out there. And I mean, like, not just like an aluminum bat, but like a fucking full-on, like, steel bat. Or whatever, like, the heaviest, like, bat that's made out of metal that you can have. I assume there's probably heavier bats than aluminum that, you know, exist out there. I don't know. Or just, you know, get a nice, good, just, like, sturdy wood bat, like oak. Like a nice, thick oak bat. And just, like... There's, you know, one of those bats, you know, just titanium. Oh, there we go. Titanium. Yeah, there's like a titanium bat out there that just desperately is wanting to be introduced to the face of Bill Maher. Not just once, but ad infinitum. Like, there's a titanium bat out there that just truly wants to really show the affection and love to Bill Maher's face multiple times repeatedly, because frankly, my dear, I know people now, like even in my own fucking workplace, that still have this as one of their big fucking issues and wonder why, like, you know, nothing's at this point. They know why, they just don't care anymore at this point. They just know it ain't happening. But they're just like, what the fuck, you know, why aren't they actually like addressing this shit? Like, there's, like, I know people, like, in my own life that are actually like, yo, you know, are we actually getting student loan forgiveness and shit? You know, and on top of that, there's other people that will, like, you talk about things like, you know, the child tax credit and shit. Like, they're just, like, actual things that people, like, ask about and shit that aren't losing issues. Like, really? Oh my god. I feel like I want to kind of, like, go on a pop-off king mode here, because the smugness of Maher really truly is something that it's like him, Shapiro, Rogan sometimes, but he's more of just an idiot more than anything. And who else? Who else is like a smug motherfucker? Oh, yeah, Crowder too. Yeah, he's a pretty... Because he tries to emulate, like, you know, oh, I'm a comedian type or whatever. We don't promote violence here and all, but if, say, for example, it happened to fall in the middle of a hungry pride alliance naked and covered in steak rub, would that have a bad result? No, it wouldn't. Yeah, see, what I was saying, you know, wasn't like, you know, promote violence or anything. I'm just saying there's a titanium bat out there that truly wants to be introduced to Bill Maher's face. That's all I'm saying. Blair and Ruben. Ruben's just, like, too much of a schmuck, sad little, like, simpering little bitch to fucking be, like, condescending and just, like, aggravating. Blair... yeah, I mean, honestly, if anything, she pisses me off because I really wonder, like, why, like, if you fuck on trans people so much, then, like, why are you? Like, I mean, do you really, truly, like, feel that way and you just are still that fucking insecure about it or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, I honestly wonder about her because she just does, oh my gosh, she's just such a witch. I remember back in the Twitch days, I had a hot take, and some people didn't like it, where I'm just like, you know, I wonder if she's actually, like, you know, projecting this whole, like, you know, like, oh, there's fake trans people out there because she is and stuff. Because, like, honestly, her fucking on them so much endlessly, but yet wants to try to, you know, do this whole, like, false, you know, narrative and idea about, you know, what, you know, trans person is and all this and that. It's like, there ain't no way she's, you know, being fucking legitimate and real about it, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, there was a lot of people that, you know, around that were just like, Blair's a bitch and she sucks and all this and that, but too far, bro. I'm just like, yeah, you know what, fair enough. You know, it's like, because honestly, it's like, yeah, she's trans, but she's just so insecure and just so self-hating and wants to legitimately, literally go, like, honestly, just dead ass, like, porn star level, like, supermodel, like, passing appearance to basically, you know, look as much as a biological woman as possible, like, you know, and basically fuck on anybody who doesn't look essentially the equivalent of her. And it's just like, there's plenty of trans people that don't necessarily, like, 100% pass that. Yeah, they might have, like, a couple features here and there still that, you know, show they're not, like, 100% female, whatever the fuck, but who cares? You know, it's like, whatever, it ain't harming you. They're still trying to feel fucking comfortable with their own self, and it's like, yeah, if you do, which if you did, Blair White, you wouldn't be fucking harping on literally all these other trans people and shit, and fucking, you know, trying to make out like, oh, they're not legitimate, I am. It's just like, sounds like some projection there, girl. Like, serious projection. I mean, it's because, especially, like, a lot of her fans and her audience, like, they don't, like, I mean, when it comes push to shove, they would fucking, you know, treat her just the same as any other trans person, you know, and basically be equivalent of being a bigoted piece of shit about it. It's like, well, I mean, you kind of reap the seeds you sow. Same with Dave Rubin, too. Because when he announced that he was having children and shit, via surrogate mother, I believe, like, pretty much, like, 70% of his fucking audience were like, fuck you, you stole out babies from those women, blah, 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 and all this other shit. It's like, and he just accepts it, and just takes it. It's like, what? Like, shouldn't that be, like, maybe a fucking revelation that, like, oh, yeah, maybe, like, even if I am conservative, maybe I should probably, you know, cut out some of these fucking people, you know, from my audience and shit, because they're kind of pieces of shit? Like, at least then I might actually could have, you know, potentially seen a redemption arc with the motherfucker. But no. He took it, he lied down like a little shitbag bitch, and just fucking, you know, took the heat of being like, oh, you know, you're actually being a bad gay by, you know, having a husband and having surrogate children and blah, 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 and all this other homophobic garbage. I mean, it's like, I'm honestly surprised. I mean, honestly, now thinking about it, there probably were. But I'm not surprised there wasn't more, like, you know, shit about, you know, saying that he's a groomer and shit like that. But I guarantee you there's probably some people that, you know, were calling him that too, within his own fucking fan base. In fact, these people want more births and less formula, and I have proof that these people are legit insane. Like, legit, these people are mentally unwell. And I'm to the, like, honestly, like, it's one thing to, you know, maybe on a personal opinion level, to be like, yeah, I'm not exactly fond of abortions and shit like that. Because there's plenty of people like that. Like, honestly, my own personal opinion is, like, after viability, like, once there's, you know, like, the nervous system and the heartbeat, you know, starts happening and nervous system is developing shit, yeah, unless there's, like, an absolute fucking, like, necessity, like, medical reason, the risk of the life of the woman, you know, some shit like that, like, that's the only part where I'm like, all right, you know, let's have that as an option. But, you know, personally, it's like, yeah, I mean, if not, then, you know, try to look for other options if you don't want the child, you know, encourage, you know, other viable options at that point, like adoption or something, you know, but, like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still fundamentally their, you know, a woman's choice. I mean, at least, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the state shouldn't be dictating, you know, whether women, you know, ought to do that or not. Like, the state should at least just protect the basic virtue that they have the choice. And honestly, it's just like, and if the state would rather discourage it or encourage it, you know, that's fine. Like, if, you know, honestly, if, like, you know, these different southern states who just had, like, ads that were, like, just discouraging women, like, oh, yeah, it'd be preferable if you know, did abstinence before marriage, blah, 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 and all this other shit. It probably wouldn't be that big of a fucking deal to me. But no, they'd rather, like, literally subjugate women and basically treat them as second fucking class citizens and pretty much bring us to a level of, like, you know, like, hey, you know, Saudi Arabia and their idea of treating women as second class citizens, let's try to do that a little bit. It's like, what? How about no? How about we don't go like 50 years back while Saudi Arabia is at least still like 1,000 fucking years back? How about we don't start catching up to them and falling back to their fucking weird barbaric ideas of how, you know, women ought to be treated? And how about we actually treat women as who they are, as fucking human beings? Because, yeah, like, you know, are there women who are fucking bitches and cunts? Sure. Are there women who are fucking absolutely awesome and fucking great? 100%. Are there fucking, you know, like, abusive, you know, type of women? Are there women who are very empathetic? Yes, and yes. Like, because guess what? They're fucking human. Just like, you know, guess what? Men are too. Because they're asshole pieces of shit, man. There's also very fucking cool, badass, awesome dudes. And there's also, you know, like, fucking abusive men. There's also fucking very empathetic men and shit. Like, because guess what? It's being fucking human. You know, so, like, what the fuck? Like, this idea that they're just, like, you know, some sort of, like, a weird species that's, like, somehow out of, like, you know, the man's Homo sapien nature or some shit is just fucking insane to me. Like, honestly, this morning I was watching, like, different content from, like, Noah Samson and a few other people. They're watching, like, these, like, weird-ass, like, fucking, like, you know, incel, like, MGTOW types and shit like that. And, oh my, like, honestly, the fucking weird ideas that they have about women are just legit insane. Like, honestly, it's like they think they're like a different species of creature or animal or something. Like, full on. It's like, what? I'm looking at it like, what? I mean, it's one thing to think like, yeah, you know, I've had some bad experiences and I'm, you know, kind of, you know, distrusting, you know, of getting into another relationship, blah, blah. Like, you know, I know dudes who are like that, you know, and I, you know their stories, but, you know, about why and shit. It's understandable. But, like, this weird fucking idea where, like, you know, these weird incel or MGTOW types, or they're just like, oh, like, it's just like women, period, or just like, this is just like how women are, if you just like let them do whatever the fuck they want and all this other shit. It's like, huh? It's like, do you think it's not because the fact that, you know, they're human just like we are, and that's, you know, a part of the fucking human condition? It's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, there was this one, I think, like, some waffle something or some shit, and he had, like, this weird fucking, like, different videos, actually, where he would literally say, like, here's, like, an objective, like, scientific, like, quote, scientific, which is all pseudoscience, garbage, irrational bullshit that is not even akin to science, but he would basically be like, here's how women are objectively and scientifically fucking, like, trying to find, their, best males, and here's, like, objectively, scientifically, the best male features, and all this other weird shit. And he would have videos literally enabling a lot of his audience's insecurities by letting his audience pay him to send in pictures of themselves, and he will, like, rate them on, like, if they're, like, some sort of, like, untermensch, or, like, some sort of average, or, like, a legit hottie or something. And even then, he'll basically find every way to, like, enforce their insecurities and smash them down further. And it's like, oh my god. Like, some of these people are just legit just insane. Like, I mean, the idea that, like, disregarding mental health and insane asylums and shit, it's just, like, biggest fucking mistake. Because, honestly, there are definitely some people out there that probably, maybe not permanently, but even if it's just for a little bit, really just need to, like, get away from society and just, like, reflect for a minute. You know what I mean? And have some professionals around them to help them with that shit. Because, motherfuck, man. There's just some people out there that just basic counseling and therapy just ain't gonna fucking cut it. Never trust a generalizer. That's my motto. But, Rose, aren't you generalizing conservatives? Not as far as I could tell. Yeah, honestly. Same thing with, the fascists and, and all these other fucking, people on the right. Like, honestly, especially, when I go into my different little spiels and shit like that, even if it might sound like a generalization, it's not. Like, I'm talking about very specific groups of people. Like, conservatives, like, they're kind of a more broader, well, I guess they're probably one of the more generalizations, or, like, the right wing and shit like that. But, overall, I mean, it's just, like, they're a very specific group of people, and and there's very specific ideas that come into play when I mean that. I mean, at least right now, when it comes to at least the power of who's trying to enforce and push and get a lot of these things done, they're fucking fascists. But a lot of the people that, try to, on the ground, that bolster a lot of this type of shit, they're just fucking ragtag dumbass conservatives and shit that, are all about, like, pro-life, that get fucking rabble-roused and fucking galvanized by a lot of the fucking fascists in power, because it's a perfect fucking distraction as, a lot of the people in power continue their fucking status quo. And this is just a perfect opportunity to ensure that, people are continuously getting distracted. While there's also a fucking growing labor movement, by the way. Shortly after Chris Smalls goes into fucking Senate and, kind of calls out Lindsey Graham a little bit. As, a lot of news is starting to spread about, the labor movement and unionization and all that type of shit spreading. Like, a lot of things that rocks the boat of the status quo, was starting to spread a lot. And this is a great fucking distraction to keep people, on a social wedge issue. And also make them purposely not just distracted, but have to stay focused on it because there's an actual fucking fight to be had for it now. It's not just, they're just kind of attacking it and blah, blah, blah. Now, like, no, they're actually fucking trying to take it away and go after the rights. Like, they're not just fucking, saying words. But it's perfect. Because instead of, people rallying and starting to get together for a unionization, a lot of people are starting to gather for a lot of this, fight about Roe v. Wade and shit. And also in the workplaces, if there happens to be some pro-lifers that happen to be in the workplace that potentially could have been one of some unionization efforts, this type of shit probably galvanized them and distracted them a little bit. And then once you start having those conversations, as they start bringing them up, in the workplace and stuff, now a lot of that type of work, trying to get them more unionized and shit, starts kind of crumbling. Not all the time, I mean, but it doesn't help. But that's the point. It's meant to fucking help crumble it more so than build it up. That's why it's a wedge issue. Keyword on the wedge. With report I've heard, the argument thrown around is people against it do want the born child to prosper, but if that's the case, why didn't they ever like anyone to help with that? Or they never actually seem to be in favor of policies that would actually help families and parents or children, such as, child welfare programs or child credits, or child tax credits like Biden did for like 2 months. On top of that, like, basic, family-based type of social welfare programs and shit. There's like different things that, or the WIC program. Like, I mean, that's another thing. Like, I mean, why aren't these motherfuckers, being more supportive and want to expand the WIC program and shit? I don't know if that's like in the entire country, but I know in Oregon it's something that we got. And I mean, I see it all the time. In fact, like, our till has like, an option for it and everything and shit. So it's just like, I mean, it's a standard around here, and at least for me personally, I've never seen anybody, at least at my register at the deli, use it, but I'm sure it is, like at the checkouts and shit. What proof that you have that bar should go thing? I'm looking at it. For fucking real, man, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just like, for me, it's just like, here, you want to see why there's a good reason for abortion? Some women are raped. And also, some women are raped by their families, so they have an incest baby. There's 2 reasons right fucking there of why abortions are probably a good thing. Because, I mean, it's like, so honestly, that's like one thing about pro-lifers. If they're willing to compromise on that type of issue, and with their laws, maybe at least have some exemptions or some shit, I can be like, alright, look, like, we can fucking, like, have this fight and keep going with it, and definitely fucking try to prioritize this shit, because it's still fucked up. But, like, let's understand that, we still have, an ability to have these, and, there's still something there. But it's very heavily fucking limited, and it's still fucked, and it needs to be re-expanded at that point. But, it's like, hey, we're not totally, fucked, but right now, we totally fucked. Knowing these people, they probably like that. Yeah, that's the fuck thing. They probably do. And that, honestly, I've seen some different fucking clips of, these pro-lifers that will show up at, like, abortion clinics or Planned Parenthood clinics or whatever the fuck. Well, honestly, there's no such thing as, like, a full-on abortion clinic. Like, these are just medical clinics that, do service them. But they also have other shit there, too. Like, I mean, like a Planned Parenthood, for example, like, honestly, a majority of the things that, women might go in there for is not for fucking abortions. It's literally for everything else. Like, so, like, from birth control to contraceptions to, hell, like, even things, to help prepare you for parenthood and shit. Because it's Planned Parenthood. It's to help plan for parenthood and shit. Like, and the resources for that. It's not just abortions and shit. I mean, they do have those resources, at least the clinic, Planned Parenthood clinics that have the space available for it do. I don't know if every single one does. Texas and Alabama, oh, there can only be one daughter, sister rape capital of the world, but they both try to be the hardest. I'd feel like it probably would be Texas, because in Alabama, I'm pretty sure, the men are too busy fucking sheep more so than their sisters or cousins. I mean, you can't turn back on family, but hey, if that sheep is looking at you a little too good one night, I mean, turn on family a few times. Hold on, let me let this cat out. Bandit. Really, bro? You have to be loud? Oh, you sweet baby. Gotta give you a little head rub just to keep you sweetness. If you can. What's up, Zooks? What's up, buddy? Get the ball. Get that shit. And honestly, I feel like Texas probably isn't even really necessarily that bad. I guess just because it's a big-ass fucking state. I mean, I assume, I guess just per capita and just based on just square mileage, they probably do. But I feel like just per percentage, I feel like, maybe Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. Like, I feel like there's honestly a few other states that really honestly kind of worse with some of this shit. If men, excluding trans men, could get pregnant, nobody would oppose abortion. Yeah, yeah, because honestly, if men had to deal with that shit, obviously excluding trans men, it's just like, men would be like, we want abortions like right fucking now, and we want it available in literally any form, in any opportunity, in any day. Even if it's the day before the birthing process, we want it available. Like, I mean, dude, like, that would be the fucking case. I know it. I mean, you still get a bunch of weird pro-lifer motherfuckers and shit, but, I mean, probably not as much. Nowhere near as much. You know what's weird? Like, outside of developing or, like, global south, third world type of countries, and even then, like, America is kind of unique with this fucking shit. Because even then, there's, like, some developing in the global south / underdeveloped nations that, while maybe limited as it is, whether it's infrastructure, resources, or otherwise, or a combination of different things, you know, but, like, either way, it's like they still have, like, these things available and shit. Or at least they're trying to get them more available to the people. Like, there's different countries in Africa, while maybe, as, you know, maybe undeveloped and, or developing as they are, like, they still have these resources available. Not all of the countries in Africa, but, you know, at least the ones that are, they have more positive results from this type of shit. Like, when it comes to, like, different things like HIV or other STDs and STIs and shit, like, a lot of that type of shit plummets for the countries that actually, you know, support a lot of these different things. On top of, you know, like, sex education and, you know, just more just general education on these things overall. I mean, it's like, like, for the countries that have, in Africa, that have at least, you know, prioritized those type of things, or at least invested some time into that shit, they've had nothing but more positive results. And for the countries that don't, or if anything, go the opposite direction, the shit, it stays relatively the same or gets worse. So it's just like, I mean, it kind of shows for itself. And it's like, and we're still being, like, a part of these other countries that are just, like, backwards about this idea and shit. I mean, it's like, because the people, you know, in these countries, including ours, are just yearning to be liberated from this bullshit. You know, it's just like, fuck. Because whenever I talk about how, like, barbaric or backwards, you know, the fucking country is with their fucking policies and shit, it's always because of their fucking government and their government heads. And the ones who, like, rule over their people. Like, because if anything, the people yearn to, you know, if anything, to yearn to be liberated from this shit. Like, I know a lot of the people of Saudi Arabia, for example, probably yearn to be liberated from their Islamo-fascistic, backwoods-ass, monarchy, feudalistic, fiefdom state that's propped up by the United States and shit. Like, I'm sure a lot of them would yearn to be liberated from that bullshit. Though, I mean, it should be, you know, under their accord. Like, I mean, a part of me borderline thinks that, like, you know what, fuck it, let's have America just literally do a total 180 and just, like, liberate their ass, fuck it. But, yeah, that didn't, no. That ain't gonna work. So, I just hope that the Saudi people eventually just say they had a fuck enough and do that. But, you know, the government has a pretty fucking tight grip considering who backs them. So, cut the root of their support. People will start getting rabble-roused pretty quick then, when they don't really have much finances to support their people. But either way, I mean, same goes for a lot of these other fucking, you know, countries and shit. Because it's like, I mean, the reason why they're still so fucking underdeveloped is usually because, you know, like, either us or some other superpower props them up. Whether it's Russia, China, or the U.S. primarily. Or the U.S. and NATO / the West in general, adjacent, because they usually kind of support us when it comes to these type of things. And, you know, and broadly, it's just like, what benefit does it actually, you know, do for these type of fucking people? Evidently, zilch. Besides just, you know, consistently exploiting them. But, you know, they're all just kind of shitholes and stuff. We don't want to be... And all that bullshit. I hate these fucking goddamn motherfuckers that are all just like... basically perpetrate a state and enforce and enable a state that basically makes these places, quote, shitholes. And then basically, you know, call these people fucking shitholes, you know, fucking like thuggeries or whatever the fuck, and all this other like scapegoat nonsense where they're the ones who basically exacerbated the shit in the first place. Like Afghanistan, like, we pull out of that shit, and instead of just leaving them the fuck alone, we're like, how about we decide to sanction you? Like, yeah, we'll sanction Afghanistan and let their people starve and basically literally make the entire situation worse. Not like the Taliban controlling their country is bad enough as it is. But no, we're gonna make it worse ourselves by pulling out and not directly getting involved with like military shit, just sanctioning them and fucking with them economically. It's like, huh? Like if anything, sending like food and medicine or some shit would be legitimately like an actual good thing. But no, like, nah, let's do quite the opposite and, you know, fuck them over and starve them and try to like kill them off slowly.
Give me the ball, I don't smell it.
Just of economics instead. Oh, while we're at it, let's send, you know, billions of dollars, you know, to, you know, the proxy war that we're propping up with Ukraine, because, you know, that's also happening on top of all this other shit. But, I mean, it all just, you know, comes around in full circle of how, like, everything here just, you know, continues to fundamentally degrade, but all these other, you know, issues, you know, that get invested into by our own fucking state continuously, you know, seem to have all the money in the world to be propped up and shit further and further. But yet there is just constantly like wedge issues, different ways to keep people divided, you know, keep, you know, different things to make sure the labor movement is stifled, all these different things, but yet there's just no money to invest to make sure that this stuff is, you know, properly handled and, you know, like fucking actually addressed.
Give me the ball, I will throw it for you.
And it's just like,
I can't throw it.
curious. It's like all the money being invested into the proxy wars and foreign investments and shit in like countries like Saudi Arabia, Israel, and otherwise, you know, seems to just continuously happen over and over and over again. But we never seem to get anything. And at this point, not even fucking breadcrumbs. And if it is, it's like a moldy, stale breadcrumb that's been there for like 4 fucking years, and they finally decided to like shake it off their plate. On one of TJ's recent videos, going over anti-abortion, Reddit, a comment said, "If you truly truly oppose something, it's not enough to simply not participate in it. You also have to actively oppose it." Agreed, which is why it's not simply enough for me to actively oppose anti-abortion, but I have to keep pissing in their gas tanks. Yeah. And honestly, like, I agree with it too, because, I mean, when it comes to a lot of these things that, you know, are basically fundamentally meant to stifle things like the labor movement, stifle things like our own basic fucking rights, whether it's, you know, the women's, you know, a woman's basic right to, you know, to their own choice of their own fucking body, or, you know, just the right to not be discriminated against based on whatever fucking creed, sexuality, gender, or otherwise, all these different things, and it's just like, yeah, it's not just simple as to not partake in the shit that, you know, enables these things, but you actually have to fucking oppose it. And to this point, and at this rate, I'm, you know, I'm radical enough to the point where, like, literally, as far as I'm concerned, any means necessary. Obviously, within reason, of course, for now. Caveat on that. I say for now because there's going to come to a point, if shit doesn't improve, as John F. Kennedy once said, if you make a peaceful revolution impossible, a violent revolution is inevitable. So it's just like, honestly, it comes to a certain point where it's like, something's got to give, or else we're going to give it, type of thing. And honestly, considering the circumstances and how the zeitgeist is right now, it doesn't exactly look like it would be 100% positive when the general people do, because it's so disjangled and disorganized that, you know, there would be a power vacuum. And there'd be a major power grab between, you know, whether it would be like fascists, moderates, leftists, and otherwise and shit. So there'd be a lot of different, you know, influences and factions that would be kind of warring against each other to try to essentially have more power in the restabilization. And that wouldn't necessarily be good considering how the trend is going right now.
Where's the rope?
But the left is more involved in drama bro, debate bro bullshit, more so than actual type of practice and shit. So it's just like, yay, go figure. Well, at the same time, they will always boast about how, like, you know, the practice stuff is based, my guy, but never actually do it. Besides maybe like 1 or 2 times. I like how I had this whole Bill Maher thing pulled up, but I never actually, like, clicked it.
Got the hammer here.
Oh, he's playing tug of war with him. Is that dangerous, by the way? Peeing in gas tanks? For me, I mean, I don't give a shit about the cars. Yeah, me neither. Is it dangerous? Not for me. But, eh.
Okay, Mr. Inouye.
Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hey. Oh, you got that little rope in your mouth. That's so cute. Look at you. Oh. He's so adorable. He's just so cute. Oh, that reminds me. He had a rope, but at this point, he, like, lost it. I don't even know where you put it. It's, like, outside somewhere, but I think consumed by foliage. Oh. How are you holding that rope? Like, it looks like it's just, like, glued to your face.
Yeah, he wants to play tug of war.
Oh. No, he doesn't. He's like, mine. My rope. Bye, buddy.
Yeah, Mr. Itchy Scratchy.
BB.
Ow.
Oh, you're so goofy. Look at you. Look at you. Your little floppy ears. Come here. Little ear floppy. Come here. Baby. Come here. Come here. Ah. Ah, nine. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Sukov. Come here. Come here. Sukov. Come here. Don't make me get up and pick you up. Come here. Baby. Sukov. Come here. Come here. You fuck. You're an asshole. You know, fuck you. Fuck you. You're a prick. Come here. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I can get this ball. Oh, yeah. I can. I can roll it over here. Sweet. I got it. Come here. Yeah. Oh. Come here. This thing squeaks. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my God. I'll throw this at your head. It landed in his food bowl. It literally landed right in his food bowl and didn't spill it at all. I'll pick it up, you lazy bastard. Oh my God, wow. Fuck you, Soka. Fuck you. Squeak. Circa Ignore 2022. Do I really want to, like, delve into that? Opie and Annie did turn out to be right about Bill. Just about the wrong things. Here. I actually remember seeing this, speaking of this whole anti-abortion shit.
Some women dressed up as,
Actually, there was a pro-choice rally that happened in Portland today, and my friend happened to go partake in it, and he actually sent me some pictures. And actually, there was a lady that was dressed up as like one of these like maids from the Handmaid's Tale. And but yeah, here I'll have to show some pictures here in a second after we check this out.
And they chose to protest in front of Amy Coney Barrett's house. Now,
At least in Portland, it was at the Justice Center. Or as at least my friends like to nickname it, the Injustice Center, because it's, well, quite the opposite of what a name entails, especially what happened there in 2020.
That they're being heckled by anti-vaxxers, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's watch.
Well, this is quiet. So peaceful. Is that a cop? Was that a cop there? That is a cop. The cop is like so bored. It's just like, okay, whatever.
What, as performance art, what is it supposed to mean or say?
As performance art, what is it supposed?
What the fuck? Oh, as performance art, what is this supposed to mean? I don't know. Instead of being an inept dumb fuck, how about you use your eyeballs and observe? Observe, you blind fuck. Like, oh my god. As performance art, what is this supposed to mean? I don't know. Maybe the idea that, like, you should fuck off from, a woman's body and let them have their own choice and shit when it comes to these issues. Like, I don't know.
I mean, take a guess, buddy. Is it not self-evident what they're trying to say? What message they're trying to convey here? Do you really
Evidently not.
need it spelled out for you?
Yes. Because I think they'd be special.
I'm sorry, you.
I like how that one's on. I like how she's on her phone.
My body, my choice. No more vaccines. We're poisoned.
What? Who's that bitch? Well, who's that motherfucker? Just like, my choice. No more poisoning vaccines. No more poisoning vaccines. Tell you what. Like, who's that fucking bitch off in the background? Like, who? I beg your pardon, woman? Like, shut the fuck up. Vaccine poison, like, evidently I've been poisoned like 3 times, going on a 4th here soon. Like, if I'm being poisoned, then goddamn, it's the fucking most pathetic, worst poison that has ever existed in humanity, so...
So in response, I'm assuming some lady is yelling, no more vaccines, my body, my choice there. It's so gross that anti-vaxxers have tried to corrupt the my body, my choice slogan from pro-choice activists. Like, whoever does that is genuinely, like, sick in the head and doesn't...
I will admit, my more conservative leaning coworker, he's not exactly pro-vax, but he never really was, on the virtue that he doesn't trust Big Pharma. Which, I guess I get, but it's just like, vaccines are basically the one thing where Big Pharma is actually, like, not bad at. So it's like, I mean, it's stupid. But I do hear the whole my body, my choice thing from him as well about it. And it's like, I mean, it's not really something I know I'm really going to be able to change his mind on entirely on. So it's nothing that I really challenge, I guess. So it's just like, I guess, like, I'll just let you have it. I'll just let you take it. But, no, not really. But, okay.
Difference between bodily autonomy and public health. But, so that happened with Amy Coney Barrett. But also, protesters marched to Alito's house as well. Now, you've seen these protests. We looked at the Amy Coney Barrett protest, the Alito protest, but, it also happened at Robert's house and Brett Kavanaugh's house.
I actually like that. Reproduction freedom for all, basically. But yeah, because honestly, like, I mean, like, the whole idea of reproductive health is not just a woman thing, but men, you know, like, have reproduction health as well. Our dick and balls are a part of that, so, like, there's health that is involved with that shit, obviously. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, you know, like, you want to make sure that, you know, your reproductive health as a human being, whether, you know, biologically female, male, or otherwise, you know, is all, like, all Gucci and all good. And having the freedom to be able to decide and choose what you do with that, you know, should, yeah, be for everybody. So, like, honestly, I know, like, one of my biggest influences in high school, my biology/genetics teacher, like, he, I actually recently talked about him, but one of the things that he kind of did as, you know, what he kind of thought about as, you know, for students was he kind of thought of them as his kids, so to speak. And basically, with that idea is because he realized he had, like, some genetic dispositions that were within his bloodline, and it would be very highly likely that his children would suffer from a lot of these genetic dispositions and, you know, have a very negative upbringing in life because of that type of shit. So instead of perpetuating those type of things, he got a vasectomy. And that's a part, and that in itself is a part of reproduction freedom, you know, and your own reproductive health. So it's like, men can have this type of shit if they want and stuff. I mean, I guess within reason, I suppose. Which, even then, it's a little bullshit, because within reason is, you know, based on that man's choice. Like, if I decide, like, for example, if I decide tonight, like, yeah, I want a vasectomy, and I, you know, make an appointment for it, I should be able to just fucking have it. But, like, yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, they, like, doctors and some people will just straight up deny you for that type of shit just because it's like, oh, you're young? No. Boo. You need to have a kid or some shit. It's like, fuck you. It's like, my choice, bitch. So, honestly, depending on where you are, like, some doctors just straight up won't even fucking accept that. Or it's like, oh, you're like 28 and you want a vasectomy? No. You need to have a kid and, you know, blah, 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 blah.
As you can see, these are completely peaceful. They're not violent at all. They're holding vigils. And still, the right has absolutely melted.
Honestly, this looks very generic for, you know, like a little march/protest type of thing. I mean, yeah, you got, like, a crowd of people, you got, like, a big sign that multiple people are holding up and stuff. Like, it's pretty standard. Like, this is a pretty standard peaceful protest. But, you know, right-wingers want to literally highlight shit like this and be like, oh my god, he's fucking... It's like these people literally would not be doing this shit if you motherfuckers weren't behind the scenes trying to fucking, you know, revert women's rights and shit like that, on top of potentially going after other fucking rights, you stupid motherfuckers. So, I don't know. Look in the fucking mirror before you start bitching at people doing this shit, you stupid cunts.
It has some really...
Don't force kids on us because yours never called you. Damn.
What should happen with these protesters?
They should haul all of these people down to the police headquarters. They should book them for violating a federal statute. What they're trying to do is change the outcome of a Supreme Court decision.
What do you expect them to do, Marcia? This is an unelected body. We don't elect the Supreme Court. We can barely choose who chooses to be on the Supreme Court. So what...
Like, honestly, that's why I feel like the Supreme Court is basically just like a co-opted part of our government. And essentially, like, our government is partially co-opted by them. To the point where it's like, hey, us as the Supreme Court, if we decide, you know, if one law or this ruling or that ruling... Like, if we personally, as a court, decide, you know, like, nah, like, we could just do that. We could just, like, override, you know, like, different shit that's in, like, you know, written in stone, or, like, you know, at least, you know, kind of set in law or set in place, you know, already and stuff. Like, we just kind of get away with doing whatever the fuck we want. And by the way, the only check and balance against us is within the legislature. And our legislator is kind of in bed with us and, you know, in their own class as well. That's, you know, has a vested interest in us doing this type of shit. So, good luck trying to challenge us. it's just like, maybe at this point we should just kind of cut them out of like this whole, like trio power thing that's going on here of our government. Like, they basically just have like whatever whatever they decide to, think is like, this is law now, or this is no longer law, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, we could just like dictate, what's, federally okay now. Like, there's rumors that they might even go after fucking legal weed in some of these states, and if that's the case, there's gonna be backlash like they never even fucking seen, like, honestly. Like, because if they, because there already would be if they would try to go after things like gay marriage and shit, because there's rumor mill that after this, they're gonna go after some other shit, which is very likely. And if that's the case, oh boy, there's going to be some serious fucking backlash that they're going to seriously fucking regret. What that is, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But I'd be very happy if it went a certain way, though. Can't say what that is, though, but, you can just look in my eyes and just know what it is.
Them to do. Like, isn't this the party that has tried?
Actually, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
Why do you hate free speech?
Just in a sec.
Marsha Blackburn? You have this image on the screen of them peacefully marching, but yet because she's a fucking snowflake, well, she wants them to go to jail. I don't like it.
Shut the fuck up!
Now, this Fox News host was trying to own Democrats on this issue, in particular Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and Elizabeth Warren. But they ended up low-key making her look foolish. So let's watch, because she's going to try to make it seem as if Democrats are unreasonable for not condemning these peaceful protests. And of course, this is on Tucker Carlson's show. But watch how they respond. The way that they respond is absolutely perfect.
Well, we've been talking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill all day, trying to ask the question if they support people protesting outside Supreme Court justices' homes, interrupting church, or if they think these...
Yes to both. If you're going to impose your minoritarian views on all of us, then yeah, don't be surprised when people take issue with that. I don't care if you're at home. I don't give a shit if you're in church. Fuck your church. We should be able to make our voices heard. And since we can't vote these Supreme Court justices out of office, this is the way that we do it. Right? This is the First Amendment. This is a right that the Supreme Court, ironically, has affirmed.
Protesters should be prosecuted for breaking federal laws in place that ban that behavior. Bottom line, you don't condemn it. You think that these protesters should continue to be outside Supreme Court justices' homes and interrupt church.
I get interrupted and protested all the time. I welcome it in many ways.
See, and do you hear her complaining about this? All the time. And Chuck Schumer, to his credit, had a similar response. He's like, I have protests like 3 to 4 times per week at my house. He doesn't complain. But for Republicans, they never pass up an opportunity to politicize something. Notice how they focused on the leak itself, and now they're focusing on the protests. They really don't want to talk about abortion. They don't want to talk about the substance because they know it's a losing issue for them, so they keep deflecting. Oh my God, we're so mad at the leaker. You should be mad at these Democrats who say it's okay to protest in front of Supreme Court justices' homes. But they don't want to talk about abortion itself. They don't want to make the case, and it's because they know this is a losing issue.
As long as it's not,
Protesters should be prosecuted. Your ass should be out of the street, bitch. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just like the idea that, like, oh, these protesters who are just literally peacefully assembling, which is quite literally a constitutional right. Nah, let's prosecute the fuck out of them. Like, honestly, there could be, like, merit to, like, take a lot of the shit that, like, for example, like a lot of these different police departments, like the Portland Police Bureau, for example, and what they were doing when it comes to the whole, quote, unlawful assemblies and all this other shit. Like, there could be, merit, to try to sue them and be like, yeah, what they were doing was fundamentally unconstitutional because it went against the right to, assembly. And right to have peaceful assembly shit. Because the only reason why, like, so many of them turn into, quote, riots, at least here, was literally because of the fucking pigs. That's why it doesn't matter how rowdy a protest is or isn't. They don't want it. They hate it. Exactly. Like, before the one that happened earlier today in Portland, the previous one, there was a few provocateurs that actually try to, like, you know, do things like smash some windows and shit like that, and try to basically make it more of, like, an anti-police thing. Which is, like, I mean, yeah, that's an important thing, and especially around here, but this protest isn't about that? So why are we making that a thing? It's like, I mean, we can have one, like, tomorrow or some shit about that, you know, but today it's about, like, you know, the protection of pro-choice type of shit. So, they try to start, you know, a lot of those type of people try to start some shit and basically end up, you know, fucking getting kicked out and basically, you know, like, just, you know, like, really, if anything, just kind of making the broader situation worse and just kind of making the overall protesters look bad. Which, of course, the media spinned it as them, overall, just generalizing the entire protest itself as the ones who did it. Because they love to do that and make sure that pretty much literally anybody and everybody that protests and shit look like, you know, some sort of, like, unrowdy fucking Antifa thug or some shit. Because honestly, when I was getting a background check for my fucking newest firearm that I just got, like, there was one dude who honestly I legit thought was sussy as fuck. Because he was, you know, because one of the things he was saying is like, man, you know, like, this country and especially this town has gone to hell. We ought to get vigilantes to clean up house a little bit. And it's like, why do you think I have my, like, it's like, that's why that, it's like, that's why that right there exists. That's why that's in my possession now. It's like, yeah, because motherfuckers like you freak me out and make me a little paranoid. And it's like, I don't need motherfuckers like you thinking, yeah, let me just dictate, you know, who decides to live or die or some shit by having, like, some vigilante squad go after people. It's like, no, thank you. It's like, no. Oop, get back here. I mean, it's like, he was trying to get, like, a sidearm that he could have as a piece, you know, to legally carry on him and shit, and it's like, probably read up on Oregon law a little bit, buddy. Self-defense, you know, when it comes to lethal force, only really works so far. So it's like, even if he were to use that, you know, especially at least where he said he lived in, which the neighborhood he did live in is actually pretty fucking shit, like, legitimately. So it's just like, yeah, even if that's the case, I don't know. Got another thing coming if you think you just kind of willy-nilly just, like, whack a motherfucker or something. It's like, no, there's still laws in place that just, you know, where you just can't do that, so good luck, bud. But that's where it comes into place where, you know, you should, like, where the use of self-defense, you know, especially when it comes to lethal force, is meritable. Because if dumb fucks like him think that's okay, then if they start shooting at you, then you fundamentally got the legal right, you know, to defend yourself in that way. That actually happened at a protest not too long ago, a couple months back. Like, some dude literally walked out of a house and started shooting at some people and killed, I think, at least one person and wounded, like, 4 other people. And somebody else, a part of that protest, had a weapon on them and started returning fire. And critically injured that person to the point where they were incapacitated and, at least as a threat, was neutralized. And, you know, it's just like, yeah, like, honestly, dead ass. Like, I mean, you just kind of need some motherfuckers like that within a protest, because you got people that legit think that vigilantism is okay, being, you know, above the law and essentially not giving a shit, you know, what the law states, you know, is okay. And because of my personal fifis, I'm justified on doing whatever type of vigilantism I think is necessary. And it's like, what? Relentless is a cuck soy boy pussy and also a ravenous maniac, hellbent on destroying the American way, abandoned consistency. Ye who enter here. Consistency was never the strongest point.
Break. talking about, physical harm and all those kind of things. I think it's just really important to understand that happens. We're in public service. This Supreme Court said back then protesters should be able to get right in people's faces. Now they are erecting barriers to try to keep protesters as far away from themselves as possible. I think that's fundamentally wrong.
So do you think...
Okay.
I mean, I don't really like Warren, but that's actually, yeah, true. Yeah, it's kind of based, so, yeah. I mean, it's like, oh, yeah, we think it's okay for, protesters to be out there doing their thing, but it's like, oh, wait, they're protesting us? Well, set up barriers and have as many cops in between us and them. It's like, fuck you. It's like, if anything, those protesters, deserve to at least give you, like, a little bit of a bubble of 3 feet. But beyond that, nah, they should be up in your face as much as they want. Like, fuck you.
She gets credit where...
I remember Ted Wheeler tried a virtue signal one day where he was at one of the protests and shit, and he got tear gassed a little bit. And basically everybody was like, how's the fucking feel, motherfucker? So, like, everybody, dude, like, everyone was fucking on him there, because he thought you could try to appease a bunch of people that don't like him at all, and shit. Who, if anything, that motherfucker's enabling a lot of the shit going on. And yet, like, everyone who's escorting him away as he's getting tear gassed as shit is just like, how's it feel, motherfucker? Yeah, fuck you. How's it feel? How's it feel? Like, and it's just like, ooh, man. It's like, yeah, and I hope he fucking felt it good. Like, honestly, I know he did not get a good tear gassing either. Like, because honestly, I remember it too, because I just showed up, and, when I was there, I put my gas mask on, because it was in the air, but it wasn't even that bad. Like, they, it was like 10 minutes after they fucking did it, and, or some shit, or they only launched like 1 or 2 of them, and it's like, really? Like, he's fucking leaving when they launch like 1 or 2 tear gas canisters. Like, bitch, come here and stay in the thick of it when they're launching like 20 of those motherfuckers. Because that wasn't, like, there's times where it was like the whole like front line of the protests and shit at those barriers at the federal courthouse. There was like maybe 2 or 3 people. And I would just be like there alone, just looking around in my gas mask, and there's like nobody there because they've gassed everybody out. And basically a few people who have gas masks, are sticking around, seeing what's going on. And of course, the pigs never really come out. They're just trying to gas everybody out. But, of course, over time, a lot of people with leaf blowers to come in and start blowing the gas away and make it at least more tolerable for people to come back and, refill the front. I mean, there was like some crazy fucking shit when, they would launch that shit. So Ted Wheeler walking out like a bitch over like 1 or 2 gas canisters is fucking amusing to me. And I'll always remember everybody, who knows and recognizes him just being like, how's it fucking feel? How's it feel being tear gassed now, bitch? You're the one who enables this and all this other shit. Oh, it felt fucking good seeing that. He already comes with an automatic -12 charisma, and he rolled a 1. I know, dude. That is Ted Wheeler in a nutshell. -12 charisma, and especially that day, rolled a 1, man. Ugh, dude, that described him perfectly that night. Oh, wow. And yeah, he already has, like, automatically -12 charisma, because he's just, like, the most blandest, most boringest, lamest fucking... just lame duck corporate dem fuck that you've ever seen. Like, he's just the most worthless piece of shit ever. Like, outside of Kurt Schrader, like, I just have, like, vitriol for a lot of the corporate dems around here. Because, God, they're just... ugh. Like, at least, like, Joe Manchin gives you, like, some more reason to hate him. But, like, these motherfuckers are just worse because they don't even have a real reason, because they just do literally nothing. Like, they're basically what the DNC strives to be, almost. It's like, oh my god. Ugh. And Ted Wheeler got reelected in 2020. I don't even know how. Why? Why did people do that? There was an opportunity. But no one did it, because people are stupid. But hey, the midterms though are actually looking pretty fancy, at least for the primaries so far. So at least locally, there's something of a fuck worth, voting for. Actually, the person running against Kurt Schrader, Jamie McLeod Skinner, like, oh my god, she's like the biggest breath of fresh air I think I've seen in a long fucking time. Like, Jamie McLeod Skinner, like, I'm honestly surprised no one's really talked about her, like, at all. Like, I'm actually surprised, like, the Humus Report hasn't even said anything about her. Because, I mean, Kurt Schrader is, like, basically the equivalent of, like, Joe Manchin in the House of Representatives. Like, he's just a worthless, feckling piece of shit. Like, beyond worthless. It's like, oh my god. I remember seeing him in high school. He visited our high school once to make, like, a little talk or whatever and actually have a back and forth with, some students and shit. And it's just like, god, he felt so fake then, and he's a fake now. He's just such a corporate fake stuff suit motherfucker. Ugh. I keep getting bullshit mailed to me from his fucking, like, DNC lackeys and shit. It's like, ugh, stop it! It's like, I know you have, like, fuck you money to do that endlessly, but, oh my god, quit sending it to me. Because I'm just going to use it for fuel for my fire pit outside.
Perfect answer. The Supreme Court said that you can harass women as they go to abortion clinics. No 35-foot buffer zone, and we'll talk about that in a second. But yet, all of a sudden, we're supposed to be worried about the Supreme Court because people are protesting in front of their house? That's called democracy, motherfucker. A First Amendment protection that you upheld. The same court upheld.
That these protesters should be...
Honestly, like, a part of me thinks that it should be acceptable to occupy, like, federal buildings and shit when it comes to this type of stuff. Nothing violent, just being like, hey, we're gonna make our way into this fucking place, and we're just gonna kind of sit here. You want us to leave? Concede to what we want. Or get to the people that, can make those concessions and let them know what the fuck we want, or else we ain't budging. And just, that's it. Just leave it at that. Like, that honestly needs to be one of the more fucking radical approaches when it comes to protesting and shit. It's just like, let's talk about one of these buildings for a few days. Nothing drastic, nothing insane. Just go in there and just sit in it.
Federal law. What is the federal law?
Who's this?
It's
Who's that lady?
1507. It prevents picketing or parading in or near a building, housing a court.
Is that Ilhan Omar? I'm assuming that's Omar.
In or near a building or residence occupied or used by such judge. Do you think they should be prosecuted?
Oh, fuck off.
For breaking federal law? The Supreme Court itself
has
heard this argument, and they have themselves said it is protected by the First Amendment. So, Tucker, even...
So, no.
Okay, that was kind of a weak answer a little bit, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, yeah, they say it, but the Supreme Court is basically co-opted a lot of our government, so they don't give a fuck. Like, they say one thing, but lie out of their fucking mouth and do another. Just like any other fucking politician, funny enough. So, I mean, outside of, like, a very select few. And even then, it's like... there's still a lot of disappointment to be had with a lot of those people, too. And it's just like... But still, I mean, it's like, really? Like, yeah, they say that, but they don't fucking mean it. And they never enforce it. And if anything, they would probably try to... Especially the current Supreme Court, they would, if anything, they'd try to revert that shit, too.
Away. So this person is trying to make an anti-free speech argument on the same exact show where Tucker Carlson purports to care about freedom of speech.
Oh, Fox News care about freedom of speech? That's amusing.
Face. Like, are any Republicans gonna stand up and say, you know what? Since I'm a free speech absolutist, I support people's right to protest at the home of justices. None of them are saying that.
Look, I mean, honestly, like, I'll say this much. Like, I do think... Here, hold on. Okay, I didn't make that, whatever. But, like, I'll say this much. Like, as much as I detest, like, Proud Boys and, like, a lot of these, like, pro-life chud motherfuckers and shit, like... If they want to have a rally or a protest, sure. Like, fine, have one. But guess what? Like, you're going to probably most likely be susceptible to counter-protesters. And guess what? They have just as much as a right to do that shit as you do to have your old pro-life or Proud Boy rally and shit. Because there's been plenty of times where these type of people will do this type of shit and they'll be counter-protesters. And every now and then, sometimes, not always, but there might be legitimate, like, clashes that happen because of that shit. And it's like, but, they probably wouldn't be in favor of that. If anything, they would probably encourage the clashing and trying to subdue the counter-protesters and beat the fuck out of them more than anything, because especially, you know, historically, especially contemporarily, and even in my own experience, they love to do that type of shit. Like, I was at one of these, like, where the Proud Boys and, like, a lot of the far-right decided to do, like, some sort of, like a rally of love or some shit like that on the waterfront in Portland. And basically all the fucking, if not the majority of the people partaking in that were either from Vancouver, Idaho, Eastern Oregon, pretty much anywhere but Portland itself. And it's just, and basically it's just like they want to come here to Portland and be like, and bitch and moan and whine about how it is all fucked up. It's like when they don't even live here, and some of them don't even live in the same fucking state, and they want to bitch and crow about a town they don't even live in. It's like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, you know, like, we can bitch and moan about that, about our town, but not you. It's like, shut up. It's like, you don't know what goes on around here. You don't live here. So it's like, what? It's like, what, you're gonna believe, like, some random, like, media thing that skews it? It's like, oh, Portland's been burnt to the ground and destroyed by the Antifa thugs, and it's a crime-ridden city, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, like, all that shit. Oh, my God. Like, honestly, the media's, like, narrative about Portland just really irks the fuck out of me, because, like, yeah, there's legit problems. There's, like, you know, homeless crisis, which we're not, you know, Portland's not the only victim of that shit, by the way. Like, there's, you know, problems with, you know, overdoses and a lot of drug issues and shit, which, again, Portland's not the only victim of this shit. Like, honestly, a lot of the problems that Portland has, Portland ain't the only one that has these issues. Like, pretty much a lot of major cities in the country have the same issues that Portland does. So if anything, Portland isn't even really that fucking unique on anything. It's like, I mean, it has a really, like, if anything, if the one thing that's unique about it, has a probably one of the more worser homeless crises, you know, for a city in comparison to other cities. But it's not really probably saying that much. And a lot of it is because of a lot of the DNC-backed type of fucking feckling, do-nothing, corporate Democrat pieces of shit like Ted Wheeler. Like, I mean, it's a lot of that type of shit. Not because, you know, oh, it's just, Democrats literally just, you know, allow it to happen. It's like, I mean, to a degree, but not every fucking Democrat's like them. There's people like Joanne Hardesty, you know, for example, that are actually trying to do something that's worth a fuck to actually address issues. At least for Joanne Hardesty, her one issue is at least, you know, being able to get some of the street response teams more funding and actually expand it a little bit. So she at least has a record of showing that she's trying to do something that's worth a fuck, even though she's basically the only outlier against the rest of the fucking established status quo that is embedded like into the fucking Portland government. And it definitely fucking pisses me off that, like, Joanne Hardesty is basically the only one that's legitimately worth a shit. It's like, there needs to be more with her, but there's only one person that's kind of, like, wishy-washy, that's, like, on her side, kind of, but even then, not entirely. And it's like, that's where a lot of the problems happens. Whenever I hear someone call themselves a Proud Boy, I instantly think, yeah, I do too, honestly. Like, I mean, especially me being bisexual and a queer, like, I do think the word fag/faggot needs to be kind of taken back just as much as the word queer has. Because, honestly, whenever I think of that word now, I think of people like the Proud Boys, Nick Fuentes, Milo Yiannopoulos, like, these motherfuckers. Like, that word immediately makes me think of people like that. Not, you know, just some run-of-the-mill gay person. Like, it doesn't make me think of that at all. I mean, you know, and honestly, at least when it comes to in the best circumstances, I kind of like being called that, so I'm okay with that. So it's, at least that's my own perspective on it. But either way, I mean, I feel like it definitely could be one of those words that could be just like taken back, because honestly, at least these days, for me at least, I think of a totally different thing than what a lot of people think about that when it comes to being a derogatory word. Because, like, Mike Figueroa, like, you know, him right here, like, I mean, he's gay, but literally, I don't think the F slur whatsoever when I think of him, like, when I see him. I literally, like, think the opposite. I think of, like, you know, just a chill, cool dude I'd probably smoke hella blunts with. You know what I mean? Like, if anything. Like, whenever I think of it, I'm thinking of, like, Nick Fuentes and, you know, like, or the Proud Boys and shit. At least at these days, that's what I think of. And I'm not the only one. I know a couple other people that legitimately feel the same way. And they're also, you know, queer themselves to some degree. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like, you know, time is, you know, I think the time is right for the picking, you know, to reclaim some words. Reclaim it to make it, you know, mean something totally different. It just feels like it. It honestly does. It's like, I mean, words adapt and change over time. I think it's a perfect ripe opportunity for the F slur, quote unquote, you know, to be adapted as well. I mean, honestly, in England, whenever they, like, want a cigarette, they're like, hey, can you pass me a fog? Well, thanks, Mike. You know, and it's like, I mean, you know, and they start lighting up a cig. But to them, it's like, hey, you know, I'm going to light up a fog here real quick. Like, that's what, you know, I mean, so if anything, like, depending on where you're at least for England, for that example, like, that word means something totally different. So, I don't know. It's just something that I think, you know, could just adapt and change over time as a word when it comes to its definition and what it means. Because, I mean, elsewhere in the world, it doesn't mean what it means here. Like, I mean, I'm remembering another example, like the MiG-15. It's such a random aside, but, like, it's a fighter jet. But the nickname, the code name for it that NATO/the West had for it was faggot. And the reason why is because the fuselage of the plane was shaped like a cigar. And the British, of course, like I'm, you know, referring to when it comes to, like, hey, well, you know, pass me a fog, you know, the smoke and whatever. Like, the cigar was also referred to that as well. You know, so it's just like, I mean, you know, like, the terminology, you know, varies, you know, kind of also culturally as well. So, I don't know. I mean, it's just, like, something I think, you know, is worthy of, you know, returning and, like, re-adapting as something, you know, different definitionally. The effort who ain't got no swag like flamingos. A group of them is called flamboyance. Yeah. Aw. Curled up in a little ball. So cute. Here, yeah. Hey, I'll keep playing this a little more.
Right now, but let's hear her out.
Laws in place, as you heard there, preventing protesters from going to judges' doorsteps, trying to influence their decision, from interrupting church services. A lot of these Democrats that we talked to are not budging and not backing away from supporting this law-breaking behavior. Tucker?
Law-breaking.
Law-breaking behavior. Oh my God. Man, if I had my way when it comes to a lot of these protests, oh, yeah, this she could start crying about, quote, law-breaking behavior and shit, but would I give a fuck? No. But all that shit, like, all these protests that are going on right now, like, are not even remotely close to law-breaking whatsoever. Not even close. Like, even the instance I was talking about, like, the first protest that happened because of this type of shit in Portland, there were some provocateurs and agitators that were there, but they weren't a part of the fucking protest. So it's like, realistically, the protesters, you know, calling out this type of shit weren't involved in that at all. So yeah, like, the protest itself was peaceful, despite provocateurs trying to fuck it up. But they were kicked right the fuck out as soon as, you know, people saw them doing the shit that they were doing, like smashing windows and shit. And trying to make it like some sort of like anti-police rally and stuff when that isn't what the whole thing was about in the first place. So, like, if anything, they got addressed pretty reasonably, from what I understand. And the reason why I know a lot of that type of shit, because my friend was there, Rip City, when it happened. So it's just like, and he was also like pissed off. It's like, God damn it, this ain't the time or place for any of this shit. And it's like, yeah, agreed. Like, I mean, hey, I get it. Like, cops are fucking bastards and shit, but I mean, this isn't the protest for it. You know, it's like, come on. Like, if you want to track them and make it an anti-police rally, you know, like, they'll set one up, but this isn't it. So, if anything, still, at the end of the day, none of this shit is, like, been violent or unlawful by any fucking means at all. They've been all totally fine. Oh, I know the meme he's about to pull. I love this one. I love that meme. Hold on.
Supporting this law-breaking behavior. Tucker.
Law-breaking behavior. Shut the fuck up. Now,
shut the fuck up. I love that one. I love that. I hate TikTok, but that's one of my favorite ones, honestly. That's one of my rare ones I like, where she just kind of walks over and she's like, shut the fuck up. That's it. I love it. Honestly, it's so simple, but perfect meme material.
this because I just love that there's pearl clutching going on when the Supreme Court they okayed.
Honestly, especially these days, like her being memes like that is honestly perfect. Just like, oh, trying to take my abortion rights? Shut the fuck up.
Behavior, right? Supreme Court strikes down abortion clinic buffer zone law. This is from 2014. I'm sure a lot of you still remember this. The Supreme Court has struck down a Massachusetts law mandating a 35-foot buffer zone around clinics that provide abortion services. In other words, literally, they're saying it's okay for you to get up in women's faces as they go to get abortions. And there's a CNN
Which they're
video.
doing that now. Oh, I think I was about to mention it, but yeah, they're doing that now. And honestly, like, I remember, like, back in 2014 where a lot of the shit was flaring up and shit. Like, I don't know why, but, like, the whole, like, gay marriage thing also kind of, for some reason, flared a lot of this shit up, too. But I remember, because there's a few Planned Parenthood clinics around here and shit, there was, like, straight up protesters around these things, too. And it's like, I mean, they were always across the street and shit, but, like, man, if they were, like, fucking straight up, like, all up in these people's faces, like, I would personally wouldn't have no mind, you know, being somebody who was try to, like, you know, be the middleman in between that shit, like, honestly. Because, like, I mean, I have experience in that shit. I know, like, to what it means, you know, kind of be in the middle of a protest or, you know, counter-protest and shit and be in the middle of a fucking rowdy-ass, you know, potentially physical crowd. You know, I know my way around that type of shit. And myself and that type of stuff. I fucking, like, clash of pigs and shit. Yeah, like, when it came to them trying to break shit up. So it's like, what, do you think a bunch of fucking pro-life chuckle fucks are gonna be, like, some sort of challenge? Like, hardly. But if they want to get in their fucking faces, it's just, like, you know, especially if they're just, you know, if some woman's just basically trying to get, like, some basic procedure, it's just like, honestly, I mean, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna ensure they fuck right off. Because, like, I mean, you're at that point, it's just harassment. And as, you know, an average citizen who sees, you know, just, you know, somebody a part of my community just trying to go about their day and somebody harassing the fuck out of them, you know, and shit, like, no, that's, you know, a little fucking ridiculous and fucked up. And honestly, there's definitely been times where I've seen shit, you know, like, you know, where somebody's, like, fucking around, somebody harasses somebody, I'm like, now intervene, and usually that just mean like, yo, what the fuck's up? You know, just doing some shit like that usually stops things pretty quick. You know, and they're usually like, nothing's going on, man, you know, whatever shit, people do that, whatever the fuck. And usually, you know, they'll usually kind of de-escalate and shit, because honestly, at least the instances that does happen tends to be kind of tweakers and shit. So when you see somebody who's like, what's going on here, kind of especially authoritative, they're just like, They usually tend to be, I mean, they tend to be unpredictable, but, you know, at least in my experiences, they usually like, because if anything, you know, they're just, you know, zoinked out, and, you know, they just don't want to be fucked with or hurt, because that would probably just make them want to use more of their shit, and they don't want to, you know, and they want to ration it, probably. So, that's just my guess. This when it's happened. Every anti-abortion needs to have their names put in a hat, okay? Then when a kid ends up being put in adoption, guess whose names get signed up? Ooh, I like it.
And you can't get away with crap anymore. No, especially murder, which
okay, wait, what do we mean by getting away with shit anymore? Because, like, I mean, there's a lot of things that definitely shouldn't be just allowed to get away with, but I can understand certain shit.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't get away with murder, but...
No, yeah, obviously.
The way the light bends through a little piece of glass that's stuck in your shoe after you shot somebody through the window of the car, that's unique.
Wait, hold on. Break this down. What? So...
I was just watching Forensic Files,
and
this guy shot a lady through
through a car and the
the driver's side windshield, and through a speck of
glass on the boot
that he stepped on and got stuck in his shoe, and the angle
of the light
that went through the glass. Oh, that's glass from that windshield.
How did they even know that? How would they figure that out?
Well, apparently they did. Not that I'm going to go around killing anybody, but...
Let's not.
Just like, hey, roll your windshield
do I need
first before I shoot you.
I'm looking at both of those now. I'm looking at those, and I'm wondering.
I'm just like, yeah, I couldn't believe that. And I'm just like, the refraction of the light going through the glass. I'm just like, jeez, I can't believe it.
So you're drunk? Probably. I mean, I am too a little bit, so whatever.
I've seen one a while back, they did DNA tests on a seed pod.
Wait, what is it? Why did you praise the buff?
This pod is from this tree. You're busted. Just,
Why did you praise the buffalo shooter? Who? Buffalo shooter, what?
Not that I want to kill anyone, but...
I'm looking at both of my boomsticks, and I'm thinking about having them over here now. Because you're really... You keep mentioning this. You know what? Hold on. You know what? One of them doesn't have ammo in it, because I have all of it over here. So I'll just put that there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you try to kill me...
No!
The DNA evidence and any kind of evidence will be there, so...
And also, there's literally no reason to. Why? And even if I did, no.
Right.
Even if I did, oh my god.
So don't try to kill me.
No! I don't want to, like... The only people I would wish that on, I literally couldn't even touch with, like, a 5-mile radius anyway because of their status of being elite fucks and shit and billionaire motherfuckers, so... There's literally, you know, there's...
You won't have anyone to give you a ride, dude.
Well, yeah, and also, well, there'll be no...
Get more ammo.
Well, that, and also, there's literally no way for me to even attempt or nothing. Like, it's just, so whatever. Like, you know, it's out of my control. So, whatever. I can have fantasies about it, though, but, you know, that's about as far as it goes, I guess.
Yeah, because... Fantasize, don't try it.
Hence, in Minecraft. If Elon Musk met the barrel of a 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle in Minecraft on a multiplayer server in Minecraft, that'd be a very unfortunate circumstance. But somebody would have to, you know, of course, make sure Elon Musk had a Minecraft account to do so.
Okay, let's get
honestly, Forensic Files is always a nice, decent reminder to let you know that, like, yeah, you can't get away with anything. Because, like, I've binged that show enough to be like, damn. Like, even the, like, honestly, even in the most, like, plotted, most planned out way possible, there's always going to be something, no matter what. Like, that's what Forensic Files has taught me. So it's just like, even if, you know, you really truly like, oh, I want this son of a bitch, you know, it's like, just don't. Just binge Forensic Files for like a few days, and you'll understand, you know, just... They watch Pepsi. No! No! I support human prosperity, I guess, if that's like anything, you know, we're close to that weird, fucking absurd idea for you, I suppose. Or just like humanity, period, you know, prospers and over time, generationally betters themselves. Support black supremacy. I just said I support like human, I guess fundamentally human supremacy, so it doesn't really matter like the background or the creed of the human, it's just human. Whether they're a black, white, Asian, Polynesian, Arab, or whatever the fuck in between, you know? It's just like, human. Homo sapien. Must be communist. Not really. I get called that, but no, not exactly. There's different things about the ideology that I don't totally agree with. I mean, honestly, the closest thing I could call myself is like a unionist, or like a labor lefty, or like a syndicalist, like the combination of those three, I guess. Because I'm just primarily about working people getting together and kind of taking back what's rightfully ours as, well, the average working people. But that's not inherently like a communistic idea or anything like that. That's kind of, I guess, a more generalized lefty idea. So, here, put a little background music up here. What are you doing, Zukop? Silly dog. See what else on too. Something to check out here in a second. Ron DeSantis exposed is not what you think. Ooh. Kyle with the info on DeSantis, huh? Is he not what I think, or is he what I actually kind of think what he is? Which is really just fundamentally another corporate stuff suit that happens to also have a lot of very Trumpian style social views. Who also is a little bit more smarter than Trump too, thus can probably push those type of ideas further. Zukoff. Hey, get back here. Get out of his way. Come here. Get out of his way. Come here. Boy. Here. Come take his bone. Get this bone. Yeah, buddy. Come get this bone. Yeah, bud.
Yeah, get a bone. He'll be there.
Oh. Hey, buddy. Oh, you sweet little thing. Oh, little Zukoff, you sweet baby. Oh, he's a good boy, huh? Who's a good boy? Yes, you is. Sweet little thing.
Yeah, there we go.
What a goofball. Here.
Alright guys, so this...
See about this whole DeSantis thing.
Is
Jesus, Zukoff!
So Ron DeSantis, on the right, he sort of has a halo around his head right now. People love the guy. Behind Trump, he's the clear favorite for the next presidential primary. And also, I mean, I do sort of fear his appeal.
And honestly, outside of Trump, I mean, Ron DeSantis seems like the likelihood of, you know, potentially being the nominee for the Republican Party in 24.
And to
if Trump doesn't run,
political types. You know, there are some comedians who are in Rogan's orbit who love Ron DeSantis and they talk openly about it. And this video here shows you he's not any different than the other politicians. He is deeply corrupt. And he takes legal bribes, he super serves corporate power, but it's actually more nefarious than that because not only does he do that, he postures like he's a populist, like he's anti-elitist.
So, pretty much exactly what I thought Ron DeSantis would be. Like a corporate stooge and a very Trumpian style, like, you know, guy on social issues and shit, you know, to kind of portray himself as like a faux populist and shit. Go figure.
Corporations. And so, you're gonna get a sense of what he really is here, and this video is crazy, so let's watch.
Yeah, the bone.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wants you to believe anything about him, it's this.
And I will fight for the taxpayers and families of our great state.
But that's not what's happening. What's happening is Ron DeSantis is running a multi-billion-dollar corporate welfare extravaganza. So rhetoric like this?
We'll stand up to corporations. They are not going to dictate the policies in this state.
It's just part of the myth DeSantis has cultivated that he'll fight for working-class people. The fact is that since DeSantis took office, corporations in Florida have received $5.7 billion from tax cuts, loopholes, and giveaways from the governor and the Republican-controlled state legislature. His squabble with Disney is just the latest example of this rhetoric and hypocrisy on corporate accountability.
Disney should not be exempt from the laws that every single person
What DeSantis isn't saying in his attacks on Disney is why he left their $578 million in tax credits untouched if he wants to take them on. And that's just Disney. The largest corporations in Florida are getting millions from DeSantis' government regularly. In 2020, at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DeSantis permitted a massive $543 million in tax refunds for major corporations, agreed to in 2018, to go into effect, even as his own state's unemployment system crumbled.
Many have been out of work for weeks. Some have yet to see a dime.
In 2019, the Republican-led legislature okayed another massive tax refund for corporations, not for people. That payout in May 2022 will be $624 million for the biggest corporations in Florida, and they won't even answer questions about it.
You guys are afraid of some questions? I just wanted to ask the governor about the $624 million tax refund for wealthy corporations, including the $10 million that Disney's going to get from our tax dollars. So you guys should ask about that. Corporations are going to get a $624 million corporate tax refund from this legislature, and this week is going to get $10 million.
It's not as if these corporations need it. A 2019 analysis found that 99% of companies pay no...
I mean, too bad for that guy that, you literally are never going to get an answer out of that type of shit because it's not in the vested interest of people like him or in the media's interest or anything like that, to call that type of shit out. Because they're owned by the type of same vested interest and money interest and shit that, perpetuates this shit.
Employment trust fund dried up, DeSantis shifted the responsibility of refilling it from businesses through their taxes to average Floridians through a $1 billion a year new tax on online sales. He did this all while dumping on Floridians' calls for more expansive unemployment benefits.
There's legislation to increase unemployment benefits. Do you support that?
increase benefits? Look, no.
So when he says...
So let there be no misunderstanding. As governor, I will lead with purpose and conviction on behalf of the people of Florida.
It's not true. He's leading on behalf of corporations. Like when he came out against raising the minimum wage.
To do the minimum wage amendment, there's problems with that, regardless of even how you feel about it.
More than 60% of Florida voters would go on to approve a minimum wage hike. And when he says this...
Even when the state of Florida voted for Donald Trump, 60% of the electorate supported raising the minimum wage. And he's against it.
Our environment is threatened. I will move to protect it.
It's also not true. He will move to protect corporate interests. Take the sugarcane industry, responsible for...
I mean, honestly, the idea of Republicans being the idea, like, in favor of, protecting the environment is beyond laughable. They'll do everything to destroy it, basically. Oh, shit.
Red Tide. He talked a big game about holding them accountable.
And I'm the only candidate who fought Big Sugar and lived to tell about it.
In 2021, he signed legislation shielding
Big Sugar
companies from legal action surrounding the long-term healthcare problems.
That just sounds like a prostitute name. Oh, my name's Big Sugar. I'm about to... like, oh my god.
Oh, come on.
$1,000 to Florida's Republican Party during DeSantis' election.
Oh,
oof.
I mean, like, that's the thing, man. He's just a fraud. Like, he is just a fraud.
I'm going against Big Sugar, but yet I'm sold out to Big Sugar pretty good because, I don't know, she's, got a nice, pretty good taste of sugar, I tell you what. It's like, oh my god, it's like, fuck you corporate schmuck.
He's super serving these corporations. He's totally against the social safety net for regular people. Gutting unemployment benefits, not in favor of raising the minimum wage. But he's totally fine with corporate socialism. Yeah, give all the money to the corporations that they want. Shift the tax burden onto regular working Floridians. So when he goes up there and he does all this talk like he's against corporations, he knows he's a fraud. He knows he's a charlatan. He knows he's lying as he does it because he knows his own record. God, everybody's so shameless. At least you could say this about the other Republicans, the ones who kind of come more self-described as like the establishment variety. At least they're honest about where they stand. Like, yeah, I'm in favor of corporate tax cuts. Yeah, I love corporations. With DeSantis and with Trump, they pretend like, I'm different, I'm a different kind of Republican. I'm a pro-worker Republican. And then they do shit like this. So it's so dishonest.
Honestly, I really hate Republicans that try to pretend to be pro-worker Because I honestly hear that in fucking radio, Republican and conservative radio advertisements, where it's like, I'm for the working class of Oregonians and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, man, shut the fuck up. It's like, if you were, like, unions would be endorsing you, and fucking, you know, like, different, you know, like labor organizations would be endorsing you. But no, it happens to be corporations and small business, like, not even small businesses, but, like, different business super PACs, and, you know, that try to guise themselves as small businesses and shit. Like, all this other garbage. It's like, oh, yeah, but you're for the working people of Oregon, let alone this fucking... It's like, give me a fucking break. Bunch of lying motherfuckers. It's like, very rarely will there actually be, like, you know, one of these Republicans. It's like the exemption of the rule where, you honestly, it only really happens ever locally, where you might actually get one of these type of dudes, because, you know, they might actually have, like, you know, some firefighter unions or something like that endorse them. You wouldn't believe the things they say on right-wing talk radio down here. Oh my god, I don't even want to know. Curious, do you know of Dana Loesch? Of The Dana Show? Because if that happens to be something that's played down there, then I actually do probably have an idea. Or Lars Larson. If any of those names ring the bell, then I already know. Abortion is satanic child sacrifice, and it's up to us to stop it. Oh god, okay, maybe I don't. Okay, Jesus. Alright. You are, okay, damn. Oof. Never heard of her, Lamau. Oh, dude, she's basically a fucking psycho bitch. I mean, she's based out of Houston, but she has fucking coverage out here, and she plays at, like, midnight to, like, 2 in the morning or something. It's just, ugh. It's gross. She comes on after Clyde Lewis around here on, like, 101.9 or something like that. Or 101.1. It's like the local news station, which is pretty conservative leaning. I'm just gonna be blunt. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll play this and be right back.
And it's good marketing, but people don't know the record. Now you're learning the record and learning who he actually serves.
No surprise why other corporations are getting these million-dollar tax refunds or getting support on their anti-living wage campaigns. Corporations donate more money than working-class Floridians. Much more. Over his career, DeSantis has received nearly $20 million from Wall Street. $5 million...
Populist Republican Ron DeSantis taking on corporations by giving Wall Street smooth handjobs under the table.
From real estate investors and $3 million from lobbyists and lawyers. So every policy DeSantis pushes is a gift to his biggest, richest donors. The big corporate tax cuts? Rewards to virtually every billionaire in the country, many of whom, including Richard Uihlein, Bernie Marcus, and the late Sheldon Adelson, are among DeSantis' largest donors. Private equity firms and hedge funds are rushing to line DeSantis' pockets. One prominent hedge fund leader, Ken Griffin, recently gave him $5 million. Florida Power and Light got its $1.53 billion rate hike after pouring millions into Republican campaigns and super PACs. And even as Florida falls in income inequality, tax fairness, education spending, you name it, Ron DeSantis will keep leading his culture wars, claiming to stand up to big business.
You can't be cowed by these organizations, particularly by woke corporations, from doing the right thing.
Well, the right thing for DeSantis seems to be turning his back on Floridians and protecting the bottom line of massive corporations.
Devastating from More Perfect Union. Look, all it took was, let's go through his record with a fine-tooth comb and see what he's actually doing policy-wise. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all independent news and politics overnight, we haven't trusted them. We know they can pull the rug out from underneath us at any time. If you enjoy this content, please consider tipping $1 or $2 per month on the Secular Talk Patreon. Link in the video description box below. Thanks for your support.
Come on. Little turd. I feel like whatever he said was pretty much the summary of what I already know. Corporate schmuck pretends to be a populist, but he's just pretty much really fundamentally at the end of the day just kind of another typical fascist that loves to be a fucking corporate schmuck piece of shit. Dude, but hell ain't notifying me. Well, I mean, it seems like it's very selective with it because, I mean, at least Rose Black, who comes in here occasionally, he was here for most of the time. I think he just recently dipped out for the night, but it's like shortly after he did, some weird dude literally just literally out here being like, quote, "Why do you praise the Buffalo shooter?" Which I don't even know what he fucking means. Like, I know there was like a shooting in LA, I guess, either like today or like yesterday or something. But was there like another one, I guess, in Buffalo, New York or something? I don't even fucking know. But I didn't get your notification till like 20 minutes ago. Oh my fucking god. I've been going on for 2 hours and 40 minutes just for reference. This morning they gave me like 9 random notifications for like different streams I did already. Oh my god, YouTube, you fucking are retarded. Why? Man, what the fuck, YouTube? Well, whatever. Yeah, I said ignore streaming like 9 times in all your previous streams. Oh my god, wow. Wow, really late to the party there, YouTube. Good job. 420 minutes. Lamau YouTube suppressing the Husky. Oh, that ain't nothing new. That ain't nothing new. We switch back to Daddy Bases land. I know. I need to wait until I get fucking some hotspot again, but I have to wait until my roommate comes back because he has like a goddamn buttfuck load amount of data for that. Well, I only have like fucking 5. So it's like, oof. Honestly, my fucking service is being weird. Like the app, when I paid for my phone bill, like it said there was like an error and apparently it didn't take it, but yet my bank recognizes that it did take the fucking payment for the phone bill. But yet my phone service, like, it ain't recognizing that I fucking paid for it. And it's like, what? Like, it literally did. So what is this weird shit where it says I'm still due technically today? So it's like, what? I swear, if it does some shit, I'm gonna call him immediately, be like, the fuck is going on? Took off. What are you doing? I don't care. Convincing Elon Musk to buy Twitch. 666.9. The Husky. Hate using the app that comes with Cricket to pay my bill because sometimes they'll double dip my account if I use it. I mean, that's not to me necessarily a problem. Like, I honestly will, if I have the means and ability, like, I will pay for my bill like weeks early or even a month early. Like, if I, let's say I paid for it now, like, and my upcoming paycheck, like, sometimes I'll fucking just pay the phone bill ahead of time, even that far ahead, so I just don't have to worry about it. So. I mean, at least when it comes to the app, I don't necessarily mind that, but if you're not necessarily meaning to do that, then yeah, it's a little fuckety. At least for me with Metro PCS, it's a little fuckety. I mean, I guess it apparently does go through and shit eventually, so at least for me, I'm not really too worried about it, but still. What the fuck? This Indian priest, Amar Bharati, has kept his arm up for 50 years in devotion to Hinduism. Bruh. Bruh. Dude, his other arm, in comparison to this one, it's like Jesus, dude. Damn, son. Damn. You think his arm would be fucking swole as fuck? Yeah, Metro. Down here they have zero coverage. Man. Does a man not sleep? Yeah, honestly that implies that he never sleeps, which I'm assuming he does sleep. But I'm assuming he falls asleep and he just kind of lets his arm collapse when he sleeps. And then when he wakes up, he's like, alright, arm back up. Okay. Okay, arm back up. I've woken up. Oh, fuck. He actually kind of scared me for a second. Oh, my... Okay. Wow, okay. Oh, wait. Zukov, turn her... I want to see that face.
The bones.
Oh, my God. He got the big old bones mouth. So cute.
I got this
DPR
story.
The DPRK has a massive COVID outbreak.
It's just like...
Wait, hold on.
Oh, we pulled up to this hotel, and you look at it, it looks like a haunted mansion. And I'm just like, no, I'll sleep in the car. I ain't going in there.
I will. I will. I don't give a fuck. Sound haunted? Awesome. Sounds like my. Sounds like my forte. So whatever. But yeah, I know. I'm aware about the DPRK outbreak. They basically like immediately shut literally everything down, even though they pretty much like already did that. So this would be incredibly inconvenient to have the use of only one arm. What if he wants to eat and masturbate at the same time? Why would you do that? Like, I can understand maybe holding a phone or something, but like eating? I mean, unless you got a weird thing for that, like you're one of those people that like, you know, got a food fetish or some shit, but whatever. I mean, that's all up to you, I guess.
Yeah, like that.
Hold on, I'm getting banded. I'll save you, bandit. Come here. Hey, buddy.
Get better, stealing out.
I just like fucking got Zukov in the face with a fist. Oh, come here, bandit. Oh, you silly boy. You chungus. Oh, you chungus boy. Yes. Chungus.
You want outbatters.
Well, now he's gonna be wanting to chill right on with me. Big ol' fluffy chunkus.
Yeah, Mr. Fluffy Charms. He looks comfy.
He is comfy.
He's the bandit. He's always comfy.
The sweet bandito.
You want to go me out?
You smell like cat food. I could smell that you ate. You big chunkus boy. Look at this belly. All this belly. Oh my god. Oh my god. What was that? What are you doing? What is this, bandit? What are you doing? You can do some reps.
You look so plush and comfy.
You could do some reps. Honestly, because I've done reps of Zukov, this is nothing to me now. You are nothing to me. You're weightless.
Okay.
You're a weightless ball of fluff. How do you feel about that? You're weightless. You're like a feather.
Follow me back in the house.
Oh, am I doing some schadenfreude to the king? Is the king displeased that I am poking fun at you? The king sounded displeased. You saw what he was about to do to me. You saw what he was about to do. I saw what you were about to do, bro. Oh. You just like casually put his ball right there. Okay. What?
Yes, it is.
You're the one who put yourself in this predicament.
No.
Like I called a chauvinistic Western pig for daring saying North Korea is not a real communist state. Well, whoever said that to you was honestly deadass legitimately a moron. And honestly, I don't think there's much recovery for that person. I mean, it's one thing to maybe be skeptical about, like, all the, like, literally every claim about North Korea that, you know, is negative. But that doesn't mean, like, North Korea in itself is, like, good. Because, yeah, there's definitely, considering that there's, you know, too many legitimate, like, obvious evidence, you know, to a lot of the bullshit that they are doing. Like, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that, you know, some people will also believe, you know, some shit that could be also legitimately hyperbolic. But, honestly, doesn't matter. Here, let's get the other boy. Come here. Well, oh. What you gonna do now? What you gonna do now, huh? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh, what you gonna do?
Wiggle me out. Yeah, make me walk all the way back here to the door. Yeah,
You should breed Bandito and Zukov to make Bandikov. Do you realize the genetic issues that would come into play with that? I could just shake you silly. I'm gonna shake you silly. Oh my god. Or it would be Zudito. Jodito. Oh. He's getting pissed off at that.
Okay. Good kitty.
You're just getting pissed off at that. Oh my god, it's so cute.
Mugging that dog.
Oh, he deserves it all after all the shit he does.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Z. Yeah, Mr. Z. Oh, that's good pooch. Yeah, that's good poochers. Yeah.
You're a fucking freak. Look at you. Ugh. Gotta do some reps. Ooh. You just knocked my hat. You prick.
He's a dog, that's his job. And that's what that's what dogs do. Ow.
Do you mind? Your leg is like really in the way. Dude, your leg is in my eye. It's in my eyeballs. Here. There you go. There. My cat ass jumped on my lap and stole my last piece of teriyaki jerky right from my hand. You just let your cat do that? You just let your cat steal that piece of jerky from you? Wow. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? Yeah, that's right. Walk away. Walk the fuck away. Get back to work. Boris Johnson tells Northern Ireland politicians to form government. Wait, so did Northern Ireland just not have a government? What? It's sort out Brexit trade deal. Oh my god. So it's like, hey, Northern Ireland, get back to fucking work, you worthless piece of peasants that we've colonized, and form a government in our favor already. Yes, what? Oh, sing of the raw. How's the lyrics to that song go? I drove your Saracen for your garden. I drove my Saracen for your garden last night. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to think of the lyrics. It's not copyrighted, is it? No way this song can be copyrighted. Yeah, let me see. His license. On behalf of the Irish Brigade. That's the copyright? Okay. I think that means I'm safe. I think that means I'm okay. I don't think that's... The house lyrics go anyway? Well, that's a little too loud. Yeah, I know that part. Sing of the law. Took that front door down around the midnight. Sing of the law. Something's telling me, boy, you've been avoiding me. I'm gonna find you, you will go for your tea. Oh, I got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I got a new flat jacket and a lovely khaki suit. Then when I go on night patrol, we show each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your lands. There we go. There we go. I knew the second part of the lyrics has something to do about midnight, so I know I wasn't really too far off, but there we go. When I find you, you will go for your tea. Oh, I got an ambush shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I got a lovely new flat jacket and a lovely khaki suit. So you're, oh, you're singing, you're going to a totally different genre. I'm going to like Irish folk. You're going over to that shit. Hey, it's not, a negative shit. Just, it's good shit. Actually, I was listening to the lyrics of a David Rovich song of a Drink of the Death Squads, and I was listening to it a little bit, and I realized it's about Coca-Cola. I'm trying to find it. Where'd it go? I literally just saw it a second ago. Here, let me just type, Can't believe I had to explain to my mom instead of had the classic song Zombie is a song about Ireland being oppressed. By the Cranberries. Wow. Not necessarily too surprised.
Cocaine to Colombia, seeking more wages. They got just what they came for, but as we turn the pages, we find the workers do not like the sound of their children's heartbeat cries. So they said we'll join the union. They began to organize. So Coke called up a terrorist group called the AUC. Said we've got some problems at the factory. The AUC went to the plant, killed 2 union men, told the rescue, or we would be back again. Well, Coke did not complain about this dirty deed. Why give workers higher wages when Coke is all they really need? They called the AUC, said thanks, without you we'd go broke. And to show our appreciation, here's 100 cases of Coke. The baby drinks it in
Coke.
bottle and the water ain't no good.
Because you know the CEOs and the heads of Coke were also having a lot of Coke themselves. Yeah.
But Coke is the drink of the death squads. Coke is the drink of the death squads. Well, these workers wouldn't keep this situation lying down. Some went up to Georgia, said, look what's happened to our town. You American workers get downsized, as for us we just get shot. And those of us who live, our teeth begin to rot. Cause the baby drinks it in his bottle and the water ain't no good. The dog drinks it, but he don't know when he should. Some folks say it's the nectar of the gods. But Coke is the drink of the death squads. Coke is the drink of the death squads.
I'll fight a little harder than that, bro. Apparently, before the rise of international modern Islamic terror, the thing people heard about was the IRA. Well, yeah, well, hence a lot of the different Irish folk songs that are kind of like memes these days. Because, I mean, a lot of that shit was basically... That's why a lot of people consider the IRA a terrorist organization because of shit like that.
See what future that will bring. Or we can drink juice and smash the state. Now that's the real thing. Cause the baby drinks it in his bottle.
When it came to terrorism, yeah. Though, honestly, in a lot of ways, they probably could just be considered more the freedom fighters than anything.
But Coke
is the drink of the death squads. Coke is the drink of the death squads. Goofball. Yeah, you're goofy. You're goofy silly boy. Taking that ball. Taking this ball from me. What are you gonna do? Music shouldn't be copyrighted music. It should be free for all to hear. Yeah. At least when it comes to the whole idea of fair use of just casually listen to it like we're doing here. Come on. Come here. You know what? Fuck you. Silly. Silly brother. Music should be maybe because one has passionate love for it and the everlasting quest for $1. Yeah. On top of that, it should honestly just be, you know, like, I mean, if like music is made to be fucking heard. And what's the point of, you know, like, you know, well, honestly, fundamentally, what's the point of it if we're going to try to, like, suppress it, you know, behind some sort of fucking, like, paywall, you know, in a way to be like, oh, well, you can only hear it this way. And he can't distribute it any other way. Me, fuck you. So like, you can't change that, honestly. No matter how much they try to fucking do that shit. Ooh. That was a... That fucking, like, sent shockwaves through my nose doing that. Like, what the fuck? Strangely felt good, though. That did though. Like, ooh. Nice. You know what? I'm gonna take some bites out of my God tier sandwich right here. God tier sandwich right here. I'm just explaining this bad boy right here. So obviously got some spinach. But this bad boy, this bitch be all about bacon. But ain't obviously just bacon. Got some onions in there. Got some jalapenos for a little kick of spice. Some pickles. I love pickles, so alright, I was gonna put that on there. Got a little bit of a Bristol aioli on one side of the bread. A little bit of pesto and honey mustard on the other side. Spread around nice and good. Get good fixings. Cook bacon a little bit on the side before I get everything else cooked up. You know, I kind of put like, you know, a good mixture. I make sure that shit's mixed good. So I, you know, when the bread, you know, gets in there, and once I cook all this together outside of this spinach here, you know, I put a little bit of, you know, some of the jalapenos, some of the onions, some pickles. I put a little bit there to start with. And I cooked the bacon for, you know, maybe like 20 seconds, you know, to kind of let it kind of start getting cooked up and greasy and nice good. So all that starts absorbing and soaking for all the vegetables and the bread and all that. That's the key. So, you know, once I get all the layers going and I start adding a few bits of bacon, more veggies, more bits of bacon, you know, I just start layering it up. I put it in there for the rest of the way for about like, I don't know, it's probably going to be like another 40 seconds or something like that. Put it out of that son of a bitch, and then put all that spinach on there. Slap it together. Oh my god. Fucking Sigma, Giga Chad, Alpha Male tier sandwich. This is the sandwich of an alpha male right here, I tell you what. I don't even believe in that shit, but if it's out there, this is what it is. You know what? We're just gonna fucking just murk this bitch right now. Hold on.
No te vengas, my boy.
Mm. It's not vegan or gluten-free enough to be an alpha male. What? Let's see. Group chat. ASAP. Rib City. Group chat. ASAP. Holly's gonna be a dom. Fat burp. Got some homemade mayonnaise for you called Venom Silly Sauce. Your abs? Oh, yeah, sure. Explosion of flavor. I hope my, like, mouth full. Why is there, like, 8,000 group chats? Harley's gonna be a Donald, like, pick out McDicks and tweet angrily from his throne. Infinite group chat paradox. I don't know why it's doing that, man. I literally have attempted to, like, destroy these other group chats, but yeah, they keep coming back. We're just destined to have like 5 or 6 group chats, I guess. At least I am. I don't know how everyone else is affected by it, but like my God. Imagine if you woke up in Trump's body for a week. For a week, that will only last for about 30 minutes. And let's just say it involves one bullet of various unknown caliber. And yeah. That's pretty much about all you really need to know. I guess Logan's doing laundry at like fucking 2 in the morning. He's watching Men at Work. You should pop his ass in here and say what's up. Fucking bastard. Why can't we all choose one group chat? Fuck this communism shit. Dude, if we were instilling communism in the group chat, it would literally just be one collective group chat. Like, this is more like anarcho-capitalism group chat. Where we're all, like, you know, have individual group chats for some reason that we all just individually respond to as our own, even though for some reason we all get them. I just... I don't even... Oh my God. It's actually doing harm to me. Ocean, right? Yeah. Of course! It's like some crazy, weird, anarcho-capitalist shit. I don't even know. I don't even understand why it's, like, happening. Like, I don't... And also, weirdly, one of the group chats literally has, like, a thing where it's, like, subject title. Or whatever the fuck. We are chat. We are mini. Whoa, what'd I just do?
Which one of these birds sounds the most badass?
Whoa, wait, what? A bird. What I just click? Who? Sir? Sir? Who are you? Who are you, and why did you invade my shit? And what's a Bert? And why do I care? Be gone, sir. Be gorn. That's the one Tyler. I mean, oh my god, why do we keep making so many group chats? I don't understand it, man. Honestly, fundamentally, it's just the CIA just, you know, fucking manipulating us to, you know, try to fucking divide and conquer us, man. It's just a deep state, bro. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy done by the deep state, Illuminati. Can you believe some right-wingers think birds are secret cameras for the government corporations? You don't? Oh. You don't? All the birds that I feed, I mean, they're not actually birds. I'm feeding my CIA drones. They never actually eat anything. I mean, I've absorbed them. I'm fucking with you, by the way. I hope that you're not actually think I'm being serious. Maybe I should have waited for an actual response, but whatever. A Bort, you mean? A Bert? I thought you fed squirrels. Well, yes, but birds sometimes want to, you know, get the scraps. You gave me a bone. I would also put my mouth around this, you know, in an attempt for you to try to get it out of my mouth as a challenge. But this is disgusting. If it was a fresh bone that I just bought from the store, I probably would, because I don't care. But no. You got this gross-ass thing that was outside for, like, who knows how long. And you're still interested in this. Oh my god, look at you. Look at those little sparkly little eyes. Squirrels are little communists. Birds are ANCAP. Yeah, birds are CIA ANCAP drones, and squirrels are little USSR communist drones. Look at this glorious specimen. Look at this glorious man right here. Look at Bort. This is a glorious specimen. Eat sharts. Eat some sharts, bitch. Bask in the glory of the Bort. For this is your true god. Along with Vagina Boy. Got some Vagina Boy and some Bort. There's actually multiple Vagina Boys. They actually painted over one of the Vagina Boys. 2 of the Vagina Boys. So, you're only left with one true Vagina Boy. You're left with a Gina Oi and a Vagin Boy and then a Vagina Boy. I didn't even notice this until just now, honestly. When I first saw this, like, a week ago, like, I literally just noticed this. I didn't even notice Vagina Boy, dude. I just noticed that. That's the best garage in Portland. Dude, this is the most based garage ever. Is Vagina Boy, like, meant to be, like, a gang or something? Because what the fuck? There we go. I'm actually gonna make Logan get in here, or at least maybe have him pop on. Unless Civilized Penis Girl. I could get down with that. I could change her. Sploot. You're just a happy boy with a little bone. Elon Musk to buy YouTube, get rid of all the chip. Why? Just so you could literally spam the N-word endlessly? Like a maroon? Sup, little husky? Oh, Rip City, you weren't here when he opened up a little more for us and said he was in high school. That's okay though, I mean, you know, it's nothing to dog on. Hell, GED isn't necessarily anything to dog on either. So. Little Husky is a fan of Maroon 5. Is he? What? No way! I don't listen to that much Maroon 5, but yeah, I could get down with their songs. What's Maroon 5? That band? I mean, I could play like 5 seconds of one of their songs. Here, we'll do this.
Begging, I'm on my knees.
That's pretty much literally all I'm gonna be able to get away with. I mean, I could probably skip somewhere else and just give it like 30 seconds to like 1 minute. It burns. Well, that was like a few seconds. Like, look, if we were able to freely just listen to the song in its entirety, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt that bad. Okay, I think enough time has probably passed to maybe where we can play another few seconds. So, I skipped around a little bit to... Okay, the song is called Sugar, by the way, but... Here, we'll play another few seconds. So, you know, like, kind of indie pop stuff. Which, I don't know, like, I could get down with some of that type of stuff. That's why I'm not, like, the biggest thing that I listen to, but, you know. Next thing you know, I will listen to Bruno Mars. I've listened to some Bruno Mars songs. Again, it's not, like, the main thing I'm going to be listening to, but... Yeah, I've listened to some of his songs and jammed to it. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking play a couple seconds. Let me just find something. Can fuck off back to wherever they staple their asshole at. I mean, hence why I don't listen to me. Like, they have like 1 or 2 songs that I can't even, I don't even know the names of. I've just heard them occasionally. I'm like, all right, this kind of vibes a bit. But that's like 1 or 2 songs. Here, what's this like? Skip a little bit. We'll skip to like 1 minute. Play a few seconds here.
But you won't do the same.
Alright, you know, honestly, I think I got it at a good spot in that song, because I was at, you know, kind of went in on a drop. What do you say, like, wanna feel the same, boom. So, I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, the Bruno Mars is okay. More tolerable than Maroon 5, honestly, in my opinion. Fall Out Boy's guilty pleasure of mine, so I really can't talk too much trash. I mean, I'm a music journalist, so if it sounds good to me, I will probably like it. Or at least vibe with it.
Such sweet little baby.
I like how Lil Husky got called out for a second. He was just like, kind of just ran off. He didn't like all the spotlight. Even though that's kind of his whole point, isn't it? Trying to make a break out of his shell, not scurry back in it. Now, come on, bro. Don't scurry back in there. Can't be scurrying back in that shell now. Shame. Not full right now. Well, I guess he is still kind of chilling around, I guess. Too tired to troll hard. Oh, so you're just lurking. Oh, well. Well, that was actually kind of a first. But, oh. Huh. Pretty much the only troll is just basically like Elon Musk used by YouTube. Which, by the way, honestly, like, I mean, if nothing really has fundamentally changed about Twitter yet, then it's like, I mean, chances are, even if he did do that to YouTube, nothing would happen to it either. So, at least for now. Suppose, you know, things could change over time, but as it stands concurrently, it doesn't exactly have just the wherewithal to just basically be like, yeah, I'm gonna do what I want now. I could just see him masterly, just drop all the censorship just right in there with snap my fingers. I could just Elon Musk snap everything into order. It's like, no, not exactly. Because he aspires to silence the free speech of others. Yeah, that's kind of the fucking irony of it, too. Oh. Like, he even canceled, like, Tesla orders and shit to people that have criticized him, and he caught wind of it. He's like, oh, well, you know, let's just make sure that these Tesla orders are canceled. Because I don't like the fact that this person was mean to me. It's not a reliable source of free speech. Well, the idea that a fucking billionaire is actually in favor of free speech is pretty laughable on the face of it anyway. Hey, get your fucking face out of there. What are you doing? What are you doing, baby? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Goof. Goof. You're a goofball. Look at you. You're just a silly thing. What time is it anyway? like a little after 2, you know? Going on for like 3.5 hours too, stream-wise. So, probably nearing a good opportunity for an outro. How many lives does it take to change a light bulb? 1, because they're competent enough to know how to fucking change one. Did you get it, Mike? Can do it. You mean a conservative? I mean, okay. So Harley and I pulled some bullshit and made it onto the new bridge before it officially opened. So it actually seems pretty close to done. Huh? The new bridge? I'm like kind of a little bit low-key kind of confused, not even gonna lie. Huh? A new bridge. I'm intrigued. Seventh Ave. Oh, that's right. I know what you mean now. Got your bridge right here, slams a giant sausage on the table. Oh my god. Do you just like, is that just like the main source of like a quick, just like, let me get a dad joke out there? That's really interesting in design also. Oh. Wait, are you actually like with Harley right now? Because now that low-key does make me legitimately kind of confused. Like, huh? So I thought you were just at your place just chilling. Everything can be turned into a dick joke if you're crazy enough. Yeah, fair enough. You know what? Can't question that, I suppose. No, we were earlier. Well, I know you were earlier. Where was that, like, coffin thing at, too? I'm assuming that's a bar, and it looks dope. Is it, like, actually called the Coffin Club? Or is that just the name of the little thing that they had there? Stockengland. Oh. Definitely something to note. Construction. Oh, here. What am I doing? There we go. This is a bar in city town down here called Vampire's Lounge. It's usually full of, quote, weirdos. Kind of my friends, but I love going there. Because weirdos are my favorite kind of people. So it sounds like my type of spot. Like, honestly, Portland's got a lot of different quirky little pubs and bars and little clubs and shit like that. And honestly, I want to go to a lot of the ones that some of my friends have been to and shit, but alas, have yet to check it out. Go that way. Apparently there's this one place where just straight up like different, or they like there's just like one club that's apparently like a sex club that has like a straight up like full on dungeon in it where you can actually like hear some shit going on in the background in there, and it's like, what type of fucking place is this and where the fuck is it? Because honestly, at least to me, he hasn't said exactly where this is yet. It's like, where in the fuck is this? Because hey, honestly, like, sounds up my alley. I'm just gonna say that. Get a couple drinks in me, and I'd probably be like a. Not even gonna lie, I'd probably be a goddamn fucking slut in there. It's literally be a hide net triggers outlet. Are you fucking shitting me? You fucking wow. So it's basically, it's open selected days though. But it's basically been in plain sight this entire time to me. Wow. Situation. Shit, dude. My dad was a dirty old man. He liked going to the Pony, which is a strip club where girls went to school with work at, because strippers get hella paid down here. Oh. That just sounds like some oops right there. Not even gonna lie. Like, oh. Because that totally doesn't sound questionable. It's no sign of for it. Per Tyler, it's just super low key. If the door is open, you take the door to the basement. Ah. Well, considering it's kind of like a sex club, I imagine it is pretty super low key about it. I'll just have to go with him one of these days. At least just to check it out, at the very least. Oh, there's an elevator? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Alright, gonna impregnate some poor stripper Lamau. It's a club. There's not like strippers there and shit. It's like, I'm assuming it's kind of like a bar type of place where extra things go down, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, which is honestly up my alley. The clip of Viewers of the Buffalo Shoes you invite. What are you even talking about? On Reddit? Source, trust me, bro? I'm assuming. Hey, hail Satan. Hail Satan. The bar is the only one that doesn't have a dungeon. Ah. Let me post link. I mean, I guess if you want to break it apart, then one of my mods can copy it and check it out, I guess. But I guarantee you, whatever it is, it probably ain't me. Because I literally don't know anything about this whole Buffalo Shooter thing, literally up until tonight. So... let's do this. missing was we were talking about? I literally don't even know. Like, dead ass, legit don't even know. I guess because of the Buffalo, New York shooting, apparently there's a clip of me praising that. Even though I literally didn't know about it until later today. Like, probably, you know, well after it happened. So... kind of, you know, hard to, you know, praise the thing, even though I literally also would never praise shooters anyway, like that. Oh, come on. That's what it's all glory to Hypnotoad. The Hypnotoad. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Survey that bitch. Need to get a bowl loaded up in this bitch. All of that shit. Hail Satan, Ave Satanas. Hail Satan, unholy father. You know what? Playing that beat. Praising his shit or talking to my dad. Huh? An hour ago on stream. No. He was talking about like some shit about some forensic files. So that's, I would imagine, pretty different. In fact, that sounds pretty substantially different. Ay, ay. Can't exactly fix stupid can't. Timestamp works also. Yeah, it's not like you can't like DVR it back or shit like that, but no, okay. Guess not. Yeah, Megacorp. No. I do not. I do not have the Megacorp yet. So you can recognize I'm playing it. Oh my god, Venom. Goodness gracious, mate. It's my station, yeah. Yeah. They upgraded to Gigacorp. Yeah, I don't have it because, yeah, they upgraded to Gigacorp. Oh, okay, that's quick. Now. Check your Steam. My Wi-Fi hotspot isn't available right yet. And you prick. Stop doing that to me. You keep doing this shit, you son of a bitch. But next time it pops up, which should be in the next day or two. Well, I know when I'm downloading then. Keep gifting me things, what the hell? Why do you keep gifting me stuff? Your Steam, bro. What the fuck? Not cool, bro. It's not cool. I'm supposed to do it on my own. Work hard to get it myself. God. Have you heard of bootstraps? Megacorp lets you play as work communes and Megacorps. Worker communes? Giggity. Giggity giggity. I'm down with that. Construction complete. Yeah, shut up. I hate the annoyingness of this robot that always has to constantly tell me shit that I'm aware that is happening. Did you shit? Yeah. So you have my folks can raise the debt for free basic workers tonight. Yeah, and it sounded beyond dystopian as fuck. Because in a weird way, if it wasn't for automation, I feel like our current system would literally try to figure that shit out. Be like, well, this whole automation technology is not working out for us. Well, we could try to raise the dead. But it's actually working out for them, so they're getting more and more into that, so I guess lucky for us? Question mark? What'd you feel when you died to corporations and necromancy to raise your dead for basic workers? Lamau. Oh, I'm sure he'd feel pretty lovely about that. I'm sure it'd be pretty swimmingly. Not even death gives you peace from the 9 to 5 grinds. Survey more systems, some bitch. What kind of bullshit is Paradox like some cool trace amount species packs? Yeah, I've noticed that very heavily myself, and it's just like, bruh. It's like, what the fuck? What the hell? Oh, I have to goddamn. This is this. Oh, I have to fucking actually have a person here. God damn it, motherfucker. Ugh. Yeah, research the fucking thing, please. Thank you. Ah, fuck. And what's this bitch doing? Still must star bases, bitch. Fact. Wait, this place is called literally Prophet's Retreat. I don't like the name of that. That sounds fucking okay. Well, we're colonizing it anyway. I don't give a fuck. We'll deal with the consequences when it happens, I guess. And this guy, yeah. Boom. Prophet's Retreat. This sounds like a Holy World name. Yeah, that's why I don't like the name of it. Colonizing it anyway, because it's a Gaia planet. Or a Gaia world. Because, hey, it's in my boulders right now, and it's right next to my shit, so... Be careful, that might be a trap. It's just, the game just started. Like, I haven't even discovered other, like, species or anything yet. It's just me so far. What? Oh, come on. Survey that. Thank you. That's been surveyed. Okay. Okay. Beetje over there. Yeah. Cool, I have like this whole corner to myself. Nice. Got a corner I can just nicely expand into, and I'll be just fine. Oh, I just realized if I have to deal with a fucking fallen empire, oh boy, that's gonna be... Oh, just, you know, so juicy. Oh, so good, you know what I mean? Like, ooh. Especially as an early start. Oh, 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 that gonna be nice. I tell you what. By the way, that ain't gonna be nice. It's gonna suck. Like, a lot. Go along, you know. Yes. Oh shit. Unknown entities to make contact with. Let's check that out. Oh. I like that. Sounds interesting. Weirdest megacorp I've seen, a religious megacorp spreading the faith through capitalism. So prosperity gospel. That's not exactly weird. That happens in America pretty frequently. Just sounds like America if it just embraces like prosperity gospel shit. And that sounds like a fucking nightmare. Colonization in progress. Yeah. Take back the Death Cult Megacorps are weirdest actually. Well, yeah, because at that point it's kind of implied that there's like a straight up full on Death Cult going on. Where people are like embracing like a full on like death type of thing. We're temporary buffs. Oh, Jesus. Like if the Mayans, you know, like somehow like their culture or some shit basically became like a big old thing where everyone basically just sacrifices, you know, en masse. Shit, that's some research. Yes, yes. Yes. Good shit. You can go. I'm gonna check that out. What you doing, Zukoff, huh? What are you doing, Zukoff? Shall I look at you in disgust and concern? Or shall I just look at you in sweet cuteness and bliss? What shall it be, bruh? What shall it be? That's what I thought. Just gonna plop yourself over there. So the reason why, like... Oh, you're already doing okay. One thing I think you'll like about playing Minecraft is you can franchise out and build buildings on other Empire plans to siphon resources from them to you. Ooh. Outsourcing. Gotta love it. Gotta outsource them jobs. Outsource all them jobs, yeah. Outsource them jobs. Oh. Gotta outsource them all them jobs, yeah. Gonna outsource all the jobs. Outsource them all away, yeah. Is there a particular reason why I cannot build, like, outposts here? Influence, I see why. I'm lacking some of that. Yeah, you're building one over there. And some makes corporate empires so devastating they can steal all your resources for not careful, especially criminal megacorps. Like mafia states, basically. Fun. Oh, yeah. Ah! I spawned right next to these motherfuckers. Are you kidding me? Man, fuck you. Fallen Empire. Holy Guardians. And they're fucking insanely religious. They're fanatic, fundamentalist religious people. Oh my god. I'm gonna... I mean, honestly, I dead ass literally got no choice but to accept, honestly. Like, what the fuck can I do about that, honestly? They're not even, like, anywhere near this fucking planet. They're literally not anywhere close to the fucking planet that I'm at. Like, they're... Oh my god. That's lame. When I'm advanced enough, they're getting murked. Murked. Fuck you. You are bullshit. Fuck you. Bunch of bullshit. There we go. Where are you? There you are. Power can be a source of good tech if you manage to destroy a fleet or two and study debris. Hell, even if it's just like a little bit. I'm thinking though, at least even if I could challenge them a little bit. At least be worth something. Ooh. Cool. Whistles while typing invisible in the console commands. Cheeky bastard, you. What the fuck? Oh, I think I found our civilization. Okay. Oh, my research keeps going. Yes, yes, yes. Get to automatic serving so I don't have to fucking do it over and over again. Well, discovered who the neighbors were. I've lied. It's a weird ass I've lied. Well, they're immortal? Is it? There's the immortal nexus of the vast cognitive apparatus that constitutes a hive mind. Oh. Well, that would... Okay, that explains it then. Well. Mine's gonna be painful to deal with. I'm wondering what to do with them. I don't really got anything, especially if they're ravenous. Well, this one doesn't seem so. At least nothing about it overtly shows that it is. Just all basic hive mind traits, and that's it. So I'm thinking kind of relatively neutral one. If I try to deal with it early on, I could probably at least do like some sort of liberative type of thing, I guess. I don't know. Kind of make them puppets or subjugate them. But that's not my main concern. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking of more of a long-term game plan to deal with that fucking Fallen Empire shit. Because them motherfuckers are gonna be a pain in my ass. Especially considering I want to colonize a planet that inside my borders that they supposedly have as like some sort of holy sacred fucking mecca or some shit to them. It's like, give me a, it's like, boo, boo. It's like, boo. Billy Gibbons did a cameo on Guitar for the Black Keys. Oh. Very interesting. Right now they have the tech to tell you what to do, Lamau. Yeah, basically. Oh, I found an artisan troupe. Oh, how cute. You know what? Let's be your patron. Because that's actually some good stuff to actually do that. I hope that Hive Mind close borders with me. You know what? If you're doing that to me, I'm doing that to you then. Oh no, I just said that means oh no, that means one of my fucking science ships are cut off. I have to like loop around. Oh, okay, well that's just great. Fuck me. Great. Great. That's just splendid. Oh. Little baby all knocked out, so cute. Ooh. Oh. Sweet baby. The only real options I got right now basically are just to expand where this Fallen Empire is at. And it doesn't really give me any options to go further. Ooh, No funding, start digging. Max mine districts +2 or grant funding to probe deeper. Yeah, let's do that. That might expand shit. Might expand some opportunity. I like that. I like that, Holmes. Research. Yeah, give me some of that shit. Fusion missiles? Ooh, hell yeah. That sounds based. That's awesome. I can keep investing more and seeing if I can get some more ore, or I can bring in mine ops because there were more. You know what? I don't want to get too insane with it. We'll just start how we are. I think it's Gucci. Who? What in the? Whoa! What in the hell? What's going on here? Theocratic dictatorship. Oh my fucking god. What in the... Dude, it's murking the shit out of this hive mind. Actually, no, they just finished a war. Oh, sweet baby rays. What just happened? I can actually befriend this goddamn... Yo, well, I can't do anything to hive mind. They don't even like me. Strangely enough, I can actually make like a non-aggression pact, guarantee their independence, establish an embassy with this fucking theocratic dictatorship, despite me being literally the exact opposite of what the fuck they are. Okay, game, why, okay, why, these relationships should be, the opposite here. Well, I think I know what I'm going to be doing now for the immediate short term. I think I'm going to murk the fuck out of that theocratic dictatorship. Like, I don't need intergalactic, like, Saudi Arabia on my back door. Thank you very much. I don't need that, thank you. Can I build a fucking thing here? Oh my god, I can't yet. Jesus Christ. You, theocratic, yeah, in intergalactic Saudi Arabia. Have you ever heard of penicillin? Apparently it's a famous whiskey drink. I've never heard of it. Penicillin? That sounds like a pharmaceutical thing. I'm pretty sure that's like some pharmaceutical shit, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, honestly, I really don't know, but sounds like it, though. Cool. It's named after the antibiotic for some reason. Huh. Yeah, because I know it has the antibiotic. And Galactic Saudi Arabia at that point just Roblox everything. Well, okay, so they're called. Here's what the name of the Intergalactic Saudi Arabia that I'm talking about. They're called the Grok Naprolan Pious Foundation. Whatever that means. Sounds like hell. Oh my god, is there actually no way for me to loop around here? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, my science ship is lost in deep space. Wait, they're rebels of the Siben... Wait, they're rebels of the Hive Mind? What? I'm so confused. They're rebels. The rebels against the Hive Mind? Wait, I am so confused now. What the fuck? I'm just gonna ensure they don't last long. If they're rebels, Corvettes, spam. Corvette spam. I don't have destroyers yet, but we're Corvette spamming. We're upgrading some bitches. We're getting ready. We're getting ready, baby. Let's go. Not on my watch. Not on my watch, mister. No, sir. Not on my watch. Hive Mind must have conquered a sentient planet and didn't deal with the inhabitants properly. Evidently not. Maybe they let them be embraced with technology and they were all religious fundamentalists. And then they all just revolted against them. It doesn't sound very good. Whiskey, lemon, honey, ginger, and nasty sounding peaty scotch. That don't sound too bad. It sounds bad to you, really? Nope. Rather drink bleach, Lamau. Okay, I guess I'm an outlier in this. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up. Yeah. I need to find a way for my little science ship to get its way back home. while I Corvette spam for a fleet so I can murk the shit out of these goddamn motherfucking religious fundamentalists. This looks based. What is it? Creepiest hike in Washington. Takes you to the ruins of Lime Kiln. In Granite Falls, Washington. Have you discovered enough civilizations for me? No. Don't want to expand this way? No, I want to go this way, so I'll just do that. Oh shit, find a way home. Find a way home, buddy. Alright, and... let me see. Is there any pictures of it? Oh, whoa. There's pictures of it. Okay, this looks fucking cool. We should try to take a trip out there one of these days. Check it out. That just sounds... that place looks awesome. Oh, shit. Here it is. Oh my god, no, this hive mind literally cut off my fucking science ship. It can't go anywhere now. No! What the fuck? It's stuck. The fucking my science ship is actually stuck. Fuck. There's nothing I can do about it. That's some bullshit. What the hell? Okay, I might go to war with this hive mind, like, legitimately. Like, unironically, because that actually is some bullshit. If Bezos is a fucking Fortnite kid, youngest billionaire gets another Lamborghini for his 10th birthday. Well... and, Roblox humanity. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for the Robloxing of humanity. Just honestly, though. Just get it out of the way. Roblox humanity. Just go in that sweet good night, you know. There ain't nothing to it. Just quick, simple. Gonna be even that hard. Alright.
I don't want to freak it out and scratching the crap out of my balls.
What? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? I hope I didn't hear that right. I think I heard that right. Texas billions to compensate with a box of cereal and copy Roblox. Well, Roblox is free, so... Wait, what's this? I have open borders. Wait, what the fuck is even go... Wait, what? What is this? Who are these guys? They're an egalitarian, militarist, religious society. They're a theocratic republic, I guess. What in the fuck is going on over here? And they opened the borders up to me so I can at least get my science shit back home. Is in favor of all borders for aliens. You know what? I'm actually gonna befriend these guys. I'm gonna do some shit here, actually, to try to be friendly with them. So, alright, where's the proposed subjugation? Oh, we need to stop guaranteeing the independence to do that. Thanks, Zukov, for the loud bone. Alright, where's my other construction ship? There it is. Yeah. Boom. Man, there is just like some absurd shit going on on this little chunk of things. I don't even know. Like, that hive mind just got fractured into like all sorts of different things. I don't even know what. Like, dead ass. I don't even know what's going on with it anymore. Part of me kind of wants to take advantage and go to war with him too, and then use that as an opportunity to take out these weird theocratic dictatorship thing. Because apparently whatever hive mind existed, apparently they had a bunch of sentient planets under their control, because a bunch of rebellions broke out. So whatever happens, evidently they got fucked.
Come on, Megan. Okay, Zukov, move out of the way.
Zukov.
Goodbye.
Come here.
There you go.
Come here, buddy.
Come on, Megan.
Hey.
Do you want to get locked in?
Well, that's why there's a cat in there.
There you go. Yeah. Poke with a can will get you going in a nice way. Ow!
Oh, Sunship's back. Yay! Alright, sweet. Get my shit going. Boom. Ugh. Hive minds, if they do biological, essential path can simulate other organics in a hive. It'd basically be like the Borg. Well, that just sounds disturbing. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Shit. Oh, what's this? Oh. Sure, Here, I want to do this just so I can see if I can... It is stop guaranteeing their independence on that. Oh, here. Cool. Oh. Okay. Well, there's actually a way to do a whole like vassal ships. Actually, kind of. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. Hey, cool. The new Overlord Vassal system looks cool. I don't know how much of it isn't patched, but you can make specialized vegetables like resource production. Well, it looks like there was different like little things I can kind of scroll through to make them kind of focus on one thing versus the other if I wanted to. Which I just kind of left it all neutral for the most part. Okay, we'll have you go that way. And you will go this way. Yeah. That way you don't go that way. Over there. Specialized vassals have different special modifiers to help them fulfill the roles better. Hmm. I'm assuming I don't have the specialized DLC for that one. Huh. Cool. Oh, what's this right here? Oh, Gaia World, huh? Another one. Let me guess. Pristine Jewel. Are you fucking kidding me? Another one of these stupid planets? Jesus Christ. Dumb. There's the whole fucking, what's it called? It's still called Kaskin or whatever the fucking name I have it now, but it was like Prophet's Retreat or something like that, and then now there's like this other one. Oh my good lord. You think they'd be all butthurt over the fact that there's just like, yay, we fucking have infrastructure there, we're gonna go over there to destroy it all. Holy Guardian Empires has 200% higher chance of the Gaia world spawning. There was some sort of Doge festival we didn't even know about. Really? A Doge festival? Oh, can I upgrade that? Yeah. I found another hive mind. Where's this hive mind? Why am I having a bunch of hive minds around me? What the hell? Huh. Yeah, at the waterfront, over 1,000 doges. Oh! If I had a day off, I'd totally be down to pop up and explore and chill with a bunch of doges with my little doge. Let them have fun. Wish I was a doge so I can do a doge style. I mean, you can technically, I guess. You just have to do it the human variation of it. Yeah, let me do this. Let me assign some mouse. Yeah. Right here. Where can I... make claims, yeah. Oh. Our kids, do you like violence? Oh my goodness, oh boy, do I. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? Leave me for now. And you love fascism, or you can just use that violence to fight back against it, because that's cool too. When they use it, smash them back. Yeah, they are. There we go. Sweet. Have to move there. You know, that's something I noticed a distinct lack in Stellaris. I think having just like a full-on military dictatorship pretty much kind of grants that a little bit, I would imagine. Yeah. And yeah. Oh, it's actually been pretty. What the fuck is over here? Big quality? What the hell? Oh, there's such a there it is. Okay. Does and cool. Whew. Yes. We'll have 3. Yeah, actually. Reminds me, I'll probably do a quick save on this real quick, y'all. There we go. Good. sitting there, bowl grounded up and all that fun shit. Get myself a little more food. So, but fucked over the intergalactic Saudi Arabia, that would be the worst timeline. Dude, that would be atrocious. Well, don't worry. My, Valdari Intergalactic Workers Union is gonna make swift work out of that type of shit. And ensure that there is a little something done about some shit like that, I tell you what. Because I don't know about you, but that sounds like some bullshit. And I'm fixed to change that. You know what? I'm thinking next time I pop in, there will definitely be some updates on that shit. Because my idea is to try to knock that shit out of the park as I finish eating and all that fun shit. And also probably in the middle of my lunch break tomorrow at work. Let's figure out what to do about that hive mind too, because they kind of started this. They're the ones who allow these dudes to just kind of rebel out of nowhere and shit. I guess there'll be a way to kind of fully establish it as certified denominators, especially in the local region, I guess. So, hey, good enough for me. Especially if they have different tech. Stays off this week, Wednesday and Thursday. As you know, Thursdays are paydays. Yeah, once I get you paid off and shit, then my next little goal is to start saving up for upgrades for my little boomstick. Rip. Well, I'll at least have it for you, so even if you happen to show up on like a day I am working, like, you know, working with Harley in one of his projects or some shit, I'll just have it saved aside for you. So if it happens to be like within the next week after that, where, you know, I'm where I can just get the rest of you at full, then hell, probably even better. Honestly, this week I'm expecting it to probably be a little bit more, even without the whole wage bullshit. Just because I've been having just a wee tinge bit of overtime. Not a lot, but a little bit. So I'm hoping some of that will kind of be put in there too a little bit. Let's give me a little extra and a little something juicier. Boo boo. Boo 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 boo. You screechy boy. Screechy boy. What are you doing? Rip, rip, rip. Rip, 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 rip. Rip, rip, rip. Rip, rip a fart. Rip, rip a fart. Rip a rip, rip a fart. Rip, rip a fart. Rip it all day long. Gives the cough another treat. I actually don't really have any right off top of hand. I need to re-up on his treats. Bort. Eat sharks. Be Bort. Oh, you cute little tongue. So cute. Yeah. So cute when he does this like little. Doesn't like stick his like tongue out all the way. He just kind of does it a little bit, where it's like. So cute. Paul Blort, Molcorp. The only, sadly, he would probably be the only cop that actually would be kind of worth a fuck too. Funny enough. It is a mall cop. Oh well. But anyway, I'll call it good for the rest of this lovely little evening, at least for now. But of course, I'll always be around for that next one, so peace out, and I shall see y'all until